Everybody ready? Okay. Let's call the August 10th regular meeting of the Calaveras County Planning Commission to order and get started with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any staff announcements or agenda changes today?
None, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Then, is there any member of the public who would like to speak to the Planning Commission on an item not on the agenda today? Thank you for the head motion. And is there anybody online? There's no online public comment. Great. Then we will open and close the public comment portion of the agenda. And take a look at the consent agenda. Is there any member of the commission or the public who would like to pull an item from the consent agenda for further discussion?
Julie, I don't want to pull an item, but I can't vote. What's the position of for the minutes? I was not in attendance on the 27th, so do I just abstain from that?
Yes, if you weren't, you would just not vote on the minutes if you weren't part of it.
And so because both of these minutes are locked together, do we need to take them separately? Because I was here for the 13th, but not here for the 27th?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or did you watch it by any chance, the
No,
meeting? Okay.
I'm
Okay, then we will take them separately. Do I?
I had one suggestion for the minutes of July 27th.
Yeah, we're going to separate them. So we'll deal with these separately. Let's first take a look at item 1, Planning Commission minutes of July 13th. Are there any comments on that? Or would someone like to make a motion?
Make a motion that we accept them.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, and now we will look at item 2, Planning Commission minutes of July 27th, and I think we have a suggestion.
Yeah. Just to avoid any confusion from people maybe reading these minutes, if anybody does, that the presentation of the item under number 1 indicates the front patio and the area behind the structure will only be open for cigar smoking after 7 p.m. So that there wouldn't be any misunderstanding under the actual motion. Motion was made by Commissioner Singh and seconded by Commissioner Laddish to approve Resolution 2023-008 as amended. And I would include or insert including a ban on smoking in the front patio. So we don't get people roused up about.
And then they'd have to go read or listen to the whole thing.
Right.
Anybody have any objections to that change?
I just have a question.
Sure.
Since it was just the two of you here, are we going to have to?
There were 3 of us here.
But there's only 2 to vote. Can we, Julie, it takes at least 3 members, right, to pass? There's only 2 that are present.
Yeah, that were
Today.
at that meeting.
That were at that meeting. So these are going to have to be tabled, I think.
Because there were only 3 of us here last time.
Good question.
So let me try to understand. There were 3 people at the meeting.
But CJ was one of them, and he's not here today.
So
Should we just pull it and continue that item? Good,
Yeah.
good catch, Michael. We'd have noticed it while we went to the motion. I didn't even get a motion. So we will continue consent agenda item number 2 to our next meeting, whenever that is. All righty. And get started on our regular agenda item 1, 2023-004, general plan amendment for William Spence. And Madeline, I believe, will present that.
Just share my screen real quick here. Good morning, everyone. Madeline Flandreau, Planner 3. I have another lot line adjustment for you. I'm getting good at these. So this is project number 2023-004, general plan amendment for William Spence. The proposal is to amend the general plan land use designation of APN 058001005 from resource production to working lands for consistency with an adjacent parcel in order to complete a lot line adjustment. The subject parcel, highlighted here in green, is located at 1523 Highway 49 in Angels Camp, which is approximately 1.7 miles northwest of the intersection of Highway 49 with Highway 4. The subject parcel is approximately 24.3 acres in size and is currently developed with Spence Ranch Feed and Supply, which goes across the eastern boundary line. As you can see here, it's the long structure. Which it goes across the boundary line into the adjacent parcel, which is under the same ownership. And there's also a single family residence you see that has the blue dot on it. Nope, sorry. Development on the subject parcel began in the late 70s with the construction of the feed store. And in 1979, a conditional use permit was approved by the Planning Commission to expand the store. At that time, the subject parcel was zoned unclassified. And in 1997, the residence was constructed. The parcel was rezoned in 1986 from unclassified to A1-ME, which is general agriculture with the mine extraction combining zone, with a 300-foot by 500-foot portion containing the commercial structure that was rezoned to RC, which is rural commercial, which I've tried my best to depict here so you kind of get a sense of the split zoning that was created with that zoning amendment. With the adoption of the general plan in 2019, the subject parcel was designated as resource production, and although the RC zone is not consistent with this designation, it remained in place. The resource production designation identifies those lands for agricultural operations, timber production, and/or mineral resource production in order to maintain the land's viability and economic productivity and protect these lands from the intrusion of incompatible uses or activities. It's intended for parcels that are 40 to 160 acres in size. The reason that this parcel was designated RP with the general plan update, even though it's only 24 acres, is because it was incorrectly put in our GIS system. It came up as 100 acres, so that's what happened with that. In 2022, there was a survey that was completed as part of the lot line adjustment application, which confirmed the size. Compatible zones with the resource production designation include general forest, timber production, general agriculture, agriculture preserve, rural home industry, recreation, and public service. The proposed land use designation is working lands, which identifies lands suitable for agricultural and forestry practices on smaller parcels than those designated resource production to reflect existing development patterns and/or to recognize their location in or adjacent to existing communities. It's intended for parcels that are 20 to 40 acres in size. These lands allow the continuation of small-scale resource production and/or other rural home-based business operations that are compatible with the rural residential development. Typical uses include small-scale ag, forestry, timber production and harvesting, mineral extraction, or other similar compatible uses. As stated previously, the subject parcel is zoned A1-NE with the portion containing the commercial structure zoned RC. The A1 zone is consistent with both the resource production and working lands designation, but as I stated before, the RC zone is not consistent with either designation. Granting the general plan amendment and the subsequent lot line adjustment will remove the split zoning from the subject parcel. So a lot line adjustment application was received in September of 2022 by the Surveyor's Office and is awaiting approval of this general plan amendment to complete the process. Currently, the boundary line bisects the existing commercial structure, which you can see as the lot line. You probably can't read that, but there is, if you can see the north-south trending boundary line there, that says lot line to be adjusted on it. And this is what is proposed. So if the general plan land use designation is amended, the landowner can adjust the boundary between the two parcels in order to have the entire structure of Spence Ranch Feed and Supply on the adjacent parcel, which is APN 058001024, and with the residence being the only use remaining on the subject parcel. And it will also no longer have split zoning on the subject parcel. This area along the highway has a mix of uses, including suburban propane tanks, which are in the small rectangular structure just immediately east of Spence Ranch Feed and Supply. There's also the Humane Society, which is the rectangle further to the southeast. And there are some larger parcels with single-family residences, some of which are owned by Mr. Spence. The application was routed for 30 days, and no comments or concerns were received from any county departments, public agencies, or the public. And this activity is covered by the common sense exemption that CEQA applies only to projects which have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. Amending the land use designation on the subject parcel from resource production to working lands will not result in more intensive permitted uses being allowed to occur, but will instead facilitate the removal of the commercial use and the commercial zoning on the parcel through the lot line adjustment. The potential for residential development won't change, as there's already a single-family residence as one single-family residence and one accessory dwelling are permitted per legal parcel in the A1 zone, and there's already a residence on the parcel. Although the California Natural Diversity Database doesn't identify some special status species within a 5-mile radius, such as the tricolored blackbird and the pallid bat, there's no development proposed with this application, and no intrusion or disturbance of these habitats is anticipated. The parcel is not located in any designated critical habitat either. So to conclude, the project will not have a significant effect on the environment due to the zoning restrictions and existing site limitations, so notice of exemption is appropriate. The proposed general plan amendment to working lands will result in the subject parcel's land use designation being consistent with the 24-acre parcel and with the current use of the property. Achieving general plan consistency with the adjacent parcel is a requirement before the applicant can proceed with the lot line adjustment. The change is from a more intensive land use designation to a less intensive one. The proposed amendment is not controversial, and it's in the public interest to remove land use conflicts where they exist. This request serves the interests of the landowners in that it eliminates the problem of having a lot line bisect the building on their property. Additionally, comments have been received from, no comments have been received from neighboring landowners within a 300-foot radius. There's no development proposed with this application, and there's no change of use proposed that would affect surrounding properties. The potential effects of the proposed general plan amendment have been evaluated and determined to not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. The proposed designation of working lands is appropriate given the design, location, shape, size, and other characteristics to ensure that any future development will not endanger, jeopardize, or otherwise constitute a hazard to the property, surrounding properties, and the community at large. The general welfare and goals and purposes of the zoning code are served by assigning a single, more appropriate land use designation given the size of the parcel, and by allowing for a concurrent lot line adjustment that will remove inconsistent zoning from the subject parcel. And the applicant's agent, Mr. Smith, is here if you have any questions for him regarding this application.
Are there any questions for Madeline?
Yeah, this is a general plan amendment. As I recall, we could do 4 amendments a year,
Yes,
and is this the first one?
yes.
We have a cushion. That's good.
And there were no others. We could consolidate with it. Must mean our general plan is looking good. So would the applicant's representative like to speak? Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? Let's just go on record as opening the public comment portion of the hearing. And as long as no one has joined us online, I don't see anybody who wishes to speak. Annette, is there anyone online? Thank you. Then we will close the public comment portion and return to the commission. Is there any discussion or
I'll have a,
amendments to the resolution that we'd like to
Resolution.
discuss?
yeah, I have a very few amendments to this very fine resolution. And even though it may have findings that are not legally necessary for us to make, I agree with them all, so I have no problem with that. On the second whereas clause, I don't understand why we have the word single, the general plan amendment to a single land use designation, since it has a single designation now and we're switching it to another single designation. Is there a need for that word?
Single land use designation. I don't know.
Okay, and then, since this is nicely non-controversial, we can take it, in the last whereas, we should insert the word "and" before information in the last line. So it says, staff report, comma, and information presented by the project proponent, and take out "and public comments."
Okay.
Then, number 4, finding. I just noticed we have 2 finding 4s.
Yeah.
Second one should be 5. In finding 4, there's a couple of places in the second line and down toward the end where we're talking about adjacent parcel to the east. I find that since all this was on a diagonal, I kept looking in the wrong direction to the east. So I'd suggest we say southeast.
Okay.
Both there in the second line and the 4th line up from the end of that paragraph.
Yes.
That's all I have.
I have a similarly fussy comment. No surprise, right? We say that the proposed general plan amendment promotes public health, safety, and general welfare and serves the goals and purposes of Title 17. And I think these are 2 separate things. I think serving the purposes of Title 17 could be more appropriately combined with the general plan or separated. I agree that it serves the purposes of Title 17. I don't think that it necessarily promotes the public health, safety, and general welfare of the public, but I agree that it is not detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of the public. So it's just an organizational thing. And so we say the potential effects have been evaluated and determined not to be detrimental, but our heading says it promotes it. So and I'm even okay with leaving it together if we just change the first sentence to say that the general plan amendment is not detrimental to the public health, safety, and general welfare and serves the goals and purposes of Title 17. That's fine too. We don't need to add yet another number.
I like your second version.
I'm getting worse. I must miss Kelly.
No, I think we're just getting better with these findings and evidence. Okay. Anything else?
That's all I've got. Are we ready to hear the recommendation? Or are there any other comments or potential edits? Okay.
So staff recommends the Planning Commission approve Planning Commission Resolution 2023-010, recommending the Board of Supervisors amend the general plan land use designation of APN 058-001-005 from resource production to working lands, and approve the notice of exemption, finding that the project is exempt from SEQA pursuant to Section 15061B3.
So moved.
I second.
And have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 501.
4.
4, I'm sorry, 401. I was adding in my head. Thank you. With Commissioner Singh absent. And
Thank you.
Julie, what's the next step here? It's done? Goes to the board?
This goes to the board, so it would not be appealable at this juncture.
Yes, thank you. Apparently, he was aware of
Thank you,
that.
Madeline.
He didn't need to hear it.
A denial would be appealable, but not.
Yes,
not-
thank you. Okay, since our next item is the greenhouse gas informational item, we have two options here. We could take a break and wait for our consultant to show up, or we could start discussing things that we think are really going to be primarily a discussion of the commission or information to be presented by the director.
Yeah, I would suggest that we do take a break because some commissioners haven't had a chance to see all these materials that
That you share.
Originally provided.
It's gonna have to be a long break.
and
We have about a half an hour, right?
and the commissioners have replied very nicely, have replied to some of my questions. And I would call particular attention to this one-page thing that says Latish's 810 suggestions for major TR5. So when you get to page 17 of these, of the comments, my comments on it, go to the single page thing. I said this would replace what I have suggested on page 17.
So let's go ahead and take a 25-minute break and return at 10 to 10 so we can be organized and together before the consultant logs on, if that's okay with everybody. Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. Today, the Planning Commission is considering discussions on the county's proposed greenhouse gas emissions inventory and reduction plan. The last time we met was sometime in October of 2022. At that time, the Planning Commission requested information from the consultant. Now we have the information from the consultant, and it is attached to the staff report. But I can just summarize what some of the information is on that report. Now, one of the questions the commission has always had was, how did we arrive at the 1990 numbers, for which is the basis for our current numbers? And that question is answered on page 2 of the staff report, which says that for 2018, the source sector, including energy, transportation, agriculture, solid waste, and indicates that the county emitted 347,311 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And that was the number that was used to quantify our 2030, and then they also did a 2045 number. So the 1990 GHG emission reference year, because there is no county-specific 1990 GHG emissions inventory that can be used as a reference year for which county GHG emissions can be compared to the state guidelines, the county 1990 reference year were calculated using the 2018 GHG emissions inventory as compared to the known magnitude change in statewide GHG emissions between 2018 and 1990. And that number, again, is 356,163 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent.
If I might break in.
Yes, sir.
And their answers to the questions I posed, they give what I think is an outdated answer to how they got in 1990 emissions. So it's something we need to...
We need to clarify when they come online.
What you just said is exactly what's on page 2.
Absolutely.
And the way I understand that is by saying the known magnitude change in statewide GHG emissions between 2018 and 1990. As a hypothetical, if there were a 3% decrease in state emissions between 1990 and 2018, then they would apply a 3% decrease, or actually add back that 3%.
Right.
For Calaveras, using the 2018 Calaveras figures to get the 2019. But that isn't the answer that they gave in their most current question.
Very good. They will clarify that information for us.
So may I ask a question? So why is the why did they choose 1990?
State.
Okay, that's state mandate.
It's state mandated, even though there isn't any statistical data to go back that far, because they weren't collecting in 90, correct?
There was statewide data, there's not individual community and county data.
Yeah.
So then they allowed everybody to use the inventory that they did based in 2018 or whatever year people used, and then to
extrapolate
work
backwards.
Exactly.
So 19.
What's the error factor in that calculation?
Well,
Tim just said maybe 3%.
Well, no.
No.
That's
They made a modification.
Yeah.
No, I don't think there's any way to quantify that. So everybody has agreed on a formula that they're using, which is true of how the inventory in 2018 was derived also. So a lot of it is just algorithmic as opposed to measured.
So to help, I know that some commissioners weren't here at the time the inventory was adopted. And so the state demanded, and our general plan demanded, that we use 1990 levels as a benchmark that we have to get a certain percentage below by 2030. And so because of that, and because we tied our general plan to that, we needed to use we needed to figure out our starting point.
Okay.
And so like the rest of the state, there was a combination of local specific data, and for those places where we didn't have local specific data, extrapolations were made based on more general, either statewide or nationwide data. And it, as imperfect as it is, and with a lot of discussion, the board has adopted our inventory. So we're past that point.
Okay.
Okay.
We're past that.
And now we're at the point where we're looking at the greenhouse gas. What measures are we going to take to meet our general plan goal, which is tiered, it is a certain amount, but 40% below
40% reduction, yeah.
90, below 1990 levels by 2030.
And I have to believe that the consultants are using an industry accepted method
Did I say
to
that wrong?
extrapolate back.
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
I'm not here for any of this, but I am going to speak on the planning commission stuff.
I just want to make sure, I thought they were the consultants, and I thought, no.
Consultants are here on Zoom.
See, I said something wrong and I wanted them to interrupt me
Yeah,
right now.
no.
Okay.
No,
Sorry.
it's a separate.
Amusing how all of this was done.
Okay. All right.
So, just to kind of,
So I think that what brought it up for Tim is that there was a change between an earlier report we had and a later report that brought him to question, how did you come up with those numbers?
Yeah, and then their most recent answer, they reverted back to their earlier report, I think inadvertently.
right. So,
Yeah,
Actually, we didn't. There was a different methodology originally. This is Eric Feldman. I'm with
hi, Eric.
Nice to see you today.
Good.
Rincon Consultants did not do the backtest. That was done by SPC, one of our teaming partners. But I am familiar with the methodology. There was a change from the original version to the version today. And the version today is exactly that comparison of the state's ratio of 1990 to 2018 and applying it to Calaveras County to backcast to 1990 from 2018. So it's a change in the state's measured emissions that was applied.
And we're pleased to hear that. It's just that the most recent Rincon responses, this is Commissioner Laddish, to my questions, reverted back to what you were saying in whatever it was, April of
2023.
April of 2023. So I appreciate the clarification that we are using the same process that the state uses, just applying it to the Calaveras inventory.
That's correct. And that is an industry standard if there is such a thing in climate planning.
And is this what the state itself is using in testing whether the state is going to satisfy the 2030 goal?
So the state has actually conducted or collected data to do those inventories. Calaveras County doesn't have it, so we're applying the state's change to Calaveras. So this is just keeping up with it because the whole planning practice is predicated on showing that the county is being consistent with the state and doing their fair share.
Yeah, I wasn't clear enough. It's when the state, in 2030, when the state looks and say, gee, do we satisfy our goal? Is the state going to be using the same process in comparing to the state's 1990 figures? In other words, we're using the same procedure to reach the 1990 figures as the state will be in determining whether it's reached its goals?
That is correct. The state has used 1990 as the baseline for all the legislation that has come forward.
I think Tim's curious if the state is going to judge themselves as being either having attained their goal or not using exactly the same methodology that we believe the state is telling us we need to use. And I think you're saying, yes, it is.
I am saying yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think you probably have already had some time to kind of go over the July 17 memorandum that identifies both quantitative and supportive measures. The quantitative measures are the measures that actually have a specific percentage of action to be taken to reduce an equivalent amount of carbon dioxide equivalent. And the supportive measures are measures that don't really have any quantification to them, but they have qualitative potentials with them, so that if we do those things in addition to the quantifiable measures, we would get to the results that we need. So I don't know if the committee, and I give kind of a few examples of a quantitative measure and a supportive measure. It's always been that the Planning Commission had always wanted to know whether or not, and I think this came up recently in Commissioner Ladish's correspondence, whether or not we can take a little bit of this and take a little bit of that and still get to the goal. And I wanted the consultants to clarify specifically whether or not we can actually, do we have to follow all the specific measures verbatim, or do we have options with taking a piece of this and taking a piece of that?
Well, it depends on the measure.
Yeah. Eric or Kelsey, if you want to.
All the joint consultants team, with the recommendations from staff, there being a couple different rounds of the measures based on feedback and commissioner input indirectly. And as of right now, these are our best practice recommendations in totality for achieving the reductions required to meet the 2030 target. If you provide suggestions that you want changes to the members, we can also take that into account.
So Kelsey, this is Commissioner Chimeni. I have a question. These best practices that you're proposing are assumptions about the county, and were there any attempts made to solicit input from county residents regarding this plan, the implementation of the plan, and the both financial and personal impacts that some of these measures may have on them?
So personally, this was to work with county staff to fine tune those measures. We did not personally work on the outreach piece. Maybe you can speak to that better, but SBC helped you with more of the outreach to community piece.
Commissioner Chimente, at the very beginning, we had an outreach program, but we did not have all the specific numbers when the outreach program was done. So I think the best answer to your question is, now that we have these measures, the adoption of a greenhouse gas plan, or a climate action plan, if you want to call it that, would come at a later time when these kinds of measures will be discussed individually or specifically as it relates to costs, because part of the implementation process is going to require the county to weigh some of the pros and cons that you just mentioned. If we're going to go retroactively and do electrification of, well, let me take one example. Let's say measure RE1 requires the county to support efforts. That's not a good one. Facility energy efficiency reports, measure EB3. The measure requires that the county reduce existing residential and commercial energy use, all sources, by 10% and 15% by 2030 and 25% and 30% in 2045. And it does kind of describe what those things might be. And then it gives us a score that if we did those things,
Right.
we would have a 1,727 metric ton reduction of CO2. So what I'm alluding to here is that there's a similar requirement when it comes to residential utilities like gas stoves, propane tanks, versus electric stoves and things of that nature. And we have to get to a point where we actually feel comfortable going one way or the other. If we are going to have to do these things to achieve our general plan objectives, which is to be in compliance with SB 32, then some of these measures have to be taken. At the same time, we need to consider what some of the effects would be on our residents. And if we have to do things maybe gradually rather than, just taking baby steps, taking baby steps is better than taking no steps at all. So maybe rather than retroactively going back and saying, retrofit your appliances, we might have a start date that says beginning with, 1st of January 2025, all new construction will consist of the following things. We can also consider those as options.
I'd like to point out that the planning director, Elliott, was mentioning how do we have to toe the line with every specific thing, which I think we will need to go through the July 17th memo page by page, because there are certain things where I'm suggesting there be changes. But one thing that we wouldn't get to until very near the end is the quantification of sequestration measures, which the consultants have quantified a sequestration measure having to do with compost, but did not quantify all the other very specific things from the general plan on sequestration. And I think that is an area that needs to be quantified. There must be some algorithm somewhere that would permit the quantification of that. And once it is quantified, well, then we have a little more leeway in making changes to, say, the transportation measures. So I think maybe we ought to discuss the quantification of the sequestration at this point to establish that there is a cushion.
Yeah, and I think in order for us to do that, we might want to look at page 22 of the July 17 report and look at table 1. What table 1 does is it aggregates all the emission reduction impact by group. So the energy sector, if we scored all those items, we get a reduction of 19,372 metric tons of CO2 by 2030. But that is from the energy sector. With the ag sector, we're looking at a lesser amount, which is 10,833. So the biggest reduction that we see would be in the transportation sector, which would give us 58,850 metric tons reduction by 2030, and then 103,000 by 2045. So water and wastewater, not very much. So the area that really gives us the best reduction is not an area that I think requires us to take any kind of drastic impacts that would make the lives of the residents uncomfortable. I think it requires us to build EV structures, try to electrify our campus, transportation mode share, public transit mode. These are things that I think can be accomplished without really putting a lot of stress on the residents compared to maybe the ag sector, which we get a 10,833 deduction, and the energy sector. I think the energy sector really is a sector that has the most problematic.
Yeah, and well, that's why I'm raising the sequestration
Yes.
non-quantification, because if we make some changes to the transportation area that would cut down on the reductions that would result from the transportation area, if we have right now, with no quantification of the sequestration area, we have very little cushion in meeting our goal. So I'd like to hear, I know that the consultants, I think in their answer to my question about quantifying the conservation or sequestration area, they referred back to an earlier response that had to do with supportive. Well, this is not a supportive thing. It's a separate area of sequestration that is recognized within our general plan as by mentioning this article that was to be used as a model. In our general plan, it recognizes sequestration as a key element in reduction of greenhouse gases. So I would appreciate the consultant's response to that.
Kelsey, would that be you or would that be Eric that would address the sequestration question?
Happy to just jump in. So for sequestration, it's very difficult to quantify specific measures without having done baseline analysis of sequestration occurring in the county. So measures for sequestration generally start by pointing to the completion of what is called the natural working lands analysis. And this is a specific methodology that the state has developed to start to be able to understand the sequestration potential across the state. That's kind of the first step. And once you've completed that, then you're able to leverage that analysis to develop quantifiable changes that could occur through activities in the county. So we don't have that data at this time, so it limits the ability to do that type of quantification in a meaningful way that would be supported by real evidence. So that's why that's been excluded. And it's not part of the scope of work at this time. So I would say that as part of your implementation of your climate action plan, focusing, if you want to really focus on that sequestration, your first step should be pursuing grant funding to pay for that type of a study. That's a natural working land study.
Thank you for that answer, because I did notice that other communities had quantified sequestration, both for agricultural operations and for the natural world, parks, forests. So that explains how they were able to do it. It is concerning to me that we brought this up. It's been such a long time ago, and I do not want to point fingers at any of you guys. I really appreciate you being here today to answer questions. But we brought this issue up from the very beginning, and nobody suggested that what we needed was to get a baseline study in order to do that. We were just told over and over that it was not possible. So you have really educated me today.
I'll just point out this climate planning and analysis world that we live in is so rapidly evolving that even at the time that we started this project, new protocols and methods of analysis have been released by the state allowing for this type of stuff. So I don't know if it comes into play with where we stand today, but that's a very new part of climate planning.
But you're asking us to adopt a plan that may not be based on reality. I mean, I appreciate Commissioner Landis's work on the off-road equipment and vehicles. I mean, that's a huge part of this county's economy. And, you know, the suggestions that were made by Commissioner Landis, I think, are reflective of the need to keep folks employed in this county. And you know, the concept of running a battery-operated backhoe, you know, how much bigger does that backhoe have to be in order to store, for the batteries to operate that backhoe? Then what do you do with those batteries? Please understand, and I want to go on the record, is that I understand that we need to do something with greenhouse gas emissions, but I think we need to also be reflective and responsive to, you know, our community. You know, we live in a very rural community, and electrification of vehicles and placement of charging stations. You know, where are those going to go, and what are we going to be able to do with that? My last year as a superintendent of the Bret Harte District, we have one, well, I guess now one electric bus, and that bus had a range of 80 miles. So, and there was no storage underneath it. So I appreciate the conversation, but I would like us to be a little bit more realistic. You know, it's the same thing when you start looking at, you know, manure and having, I did some research on that, and having cows, they say that, you know, if they eat seaweed, you know, that's going to, you know, I don't think my cows would eat seaweed. You know, and we don't have, and you know, the biggest contributor to the methane gas is from dairy cattle, and we don't have dairy. I mean, so I think, with all due respect, some of the information that we're seeing here, it may not be totally reflective of our county.
So we have come to some kind of acceptance, because we had to accept a baseline that included some items that we know don't actually even occur here, and others that do occur here at higher rates. But those areas are small in comparison. We need to focus our efforts in the few areas where something that we do could make a meaningful difference.
I'd suggest that we go through the July 17th memo with, he says very modestly, with my modest suggestions and comments, and take care of these subjects individually as they arise. And I would suggest if we make some changes that would reduce, would lower our reductions, say in the transportation area, but only lower them by several hundred metric tons, that we could at least say in the sequestration area that it at least would accomplish that much in the way of savings, of reductions. So we don't have to come up with a specific figure if we can't come up with a specific figure, but just common sense, which I assume is a part of some algorithm, we can say we're still covered because we still have this cushion from sequestration. We don't know exactly how big it is, but it's at least this big. Anyhow, I'd suggest we start going through the
So before we do this, I think that it is possible to word these measures in such a way that they are dependent on funding in some cases to provide incentives, so which we've already done a lot of, but I also think that we may have missed the opportunity to include global language that says that we will implement and enforce some things as the technology becomes more affordable or more available. Because to simply say, you're going to put in plumbing fixtures that are lower flow, those plumbing fixtures are not available widely or at a reasonable cost today, but they may very well be in 2 or 3 years. Right. And so those things will naturally come about without the kind of angst that we're experiencing right here today. So I think if we look to that and look to be flexible and realistic, that that potential is here
Right.
to make this work.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that's a very good point. I would also like to just mention that we can also look at this as an aspirational document. We will aspire to do these things. And I think the consultants would agree that if we're making progress, we are on our way. We don't have to do everything by a certain time, but if we make progress and we are at least demonstrating that we're actually on our way, I think it puts us in a total different category than to say, oh no, this is not even possible, this doesn't represent our county. And I think there's a way we can meet the interests of the county residents and also satisfy our goal of SB 30.
Our job right now is to, under the general plan, is to come up
Yes.
with a greenhouse gas reduction plan
Absolutely.
that would accomplish the
And
goal.
we're well on our way.
And I think we can do that.
Absolutely.
But I think to get the specifics, we need to go through this plan
Okay.
page by page.
Would you like to start?
Well, sure.
Increased community energy, is
I
that?
think that,
I just wanted to check in to make sure, so we're going to discuss these items, but, maybe a transcript or the written notes compiling final suggested, suggestions, after this, that we can have access to.
I couldn't.
Maybe that question could be.
She wants to know how we're going to transfer the discussion into written documentation that they can actually include.
okay, well, and I think if we go through this,
Yeah.
we can get a consensus. I would suggest, I mean, I think I've done more work on this than anybody. That doesn't mean I know it more or understand it more. But if we go through this, if there are any disagreements among the planning commissioners as to suggestions I make in this thing, then I think that would be a way of determining what we could put in a written document to the consultants.
We can take notes about each measure as we discuss it.
Right.
Right.
So I think my suggestion is that while we make sure to cover Commissioner Laddish's suggestions, which he spent a lot of time reading and coordinating various pieces of this, I also think we need to look at each of it and get all the commissioners' take on,
Oh, yeah.
is it fine how it is? What kind of modifications do we need?
Right.
Are his suggestions going to take care of it for everybody, or is there something different? And it will be a bit time consuming, and you probably will not be here for all of it, the consultants, but we will have to give you some bullet pointed
And
comments when we're done, I think.
I do want to express my appreciation for the consultants to give written responses to the questions I raised in the margin, which we got this morning, and which do clarify a lot, and which will make it easier for us to clarify some of the language that I've raised questions about.
Yeah, I want to say that things are so much better in this go-around. I can't tell you how reassuring it is.
So, anyhow, in my opinion, on the first page of the July 17th memo, the consultants have answered the question about the goal for 2045, and so I don't need to spend any time on that. Similarly, they've answered the question about the 2018 emissions inventory, even though it's a different figure than what was in the published inventory, that there have been updatings of emission models, et cetera, and so I understand that was a very clear answer. And similarly, the change in the figures for 2030, now I just raised with the consultants, the figures that we currently have before us are the best figures available and could be supported in any sort of controversy about these figures, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And we were talking with Mr. Feldman to start with about the 1990 figures, and it's my understanding that he agrees that the response of the consultants that we received today is really outdated, that we really should look to page 3 of the Rincon memo to show how the 1990.
So, unless there's a specific thing that you feel is outstanding, why don't you ask any questions you feel were
Okay.
not adequately answered, and
Okay.
then we can move on to the measures, because
Yeah.
we don't have them for that long.
Yeah, okay, I think that's great. Okay, so we're on page 6 now. And I have an additional suggestion. Instead of saying when funding is obtained for Measure RE1, say pursue funding to increase.
So we're going to talk about that when we talk about the measures. So are there questions?
That's a measure.
Overall, I understand, but we're going to go through the measures one at a time, not just the ones you addressed in here. So you're going through this document. Are there questions that you had in this document that were unanswered?
I have questions about some of the answers.
Okay, so if you want clarification on that you think is sort of,
I think it makes sense if we go through the memo. So we can just do it page by page and see.
but this isn't every measure, right? All the measures are here in a different document with their original wording.
Well, I mean, every measure is in the April 17th memo.
Okay.
It's just that my
So you just
suggested
want it.
changes are in there.
Okay, that's fine.
So I'm trying to make sure that we were assured by the consultants long ago that pursue is an action word. And so it's,
Let's start with the first measure, RE1.
yeah,
Okay.
that's what I started with. I
Okay.
suggest that we change when funding is obtained to say pursue funding to increase. And then at the bottom, there's footnote 4 at the bottom of the page. And the consultants have clarified what they meant by municipal and community in the last sentence of that. So we'd say measure not quantified because the county government operation emissions of measure RE2 are a subset of community emissions in measure RE1. And take out the IE commercial.
I think we're a little bit confused on what document you're on at this point.
He's using this
I'm
one.
using what, the one that has my comment.
Oh, he's using his notes.
And has which we got this morning.
So should
Yes,
we
Mike.
agree or disagree on, should we get a consensus before we move on?
I'd say,
Because I don't want to have to go back and,
no, what I'm suggesting is
Revisit
if
this.
something doesn't ring proof.
so go in order, let's have an agreement or not on what your notes are so that we don't have to revisit them.
What?
Because this is going to go on forever if we
Yeah,
don't.
disagree, if you disagree, I think it's effective.
Oh, wait, whoa. Let's see what the other commissioners did. I took my notes on our packet, not on Tim's notes. So I am starting with the original language. So I think it's a little bit confusing to be starting with something that there are already recommendations for changes to. So it's fine. I think that's fine. They're in green, right? Any
Yeah.
changes you've made are in green?
Yeah,
Okay.
except the ones I'm
Except
suggesting today.
Okay. So let's just get all on the same page. So has everybody had a chance to look at this?
Yes.
Okay. So Does anybody have any concerns different from the concerns that Commissioner Laddish is
About,
discussing, which really are focused on the funding aspect?
a lot of them are.
Yeah. Well, on this item.
Oh, yeah, RE1, yeah. Just fun.
So we're in agreement with Measure RE1 that we're going to convert 14% of existing residential grid electricity and 18% of existing commercial grid electricity to renewable electricity by 2030, which is 7 years from now.
So it's already happening, and that was one of my questions, was we have no data in front of us to show us what has happened since 2018 to 2030, like how many homes or businesses have already installed renewables? How, are there EV charging stations being installed, to just talk globally? We don't really have that data, but it should be available to us.
It is.
Assuming that a permit was pulled for those things.
I can provide the planning commission with the permits that have been issued for solar panels over the last 5 years. We keep that data, and it's quite a lot of it. It's more common.
There has been.
And then there's also solar farms where there are large
Right.
congregation of panels. So it does currently exist.
And we asked them to increase these numbers from the previous
Yeah, I saw
version
that.
that they suggested. So I feel like that's something we have already kind of agreed to, and so now it's a massaging of, so that, I think that was your question.
Right.
Did
And
we already?
I
include
would
that?
point out too, that this sort of measure, the convert 14% and 18, et cetera, we, in the body of the measure, we are not saying each business in Murphy shall do this, or each resident must do such and such. These are, by using the strategies that are obtained there, we are hoping and expecting to meet the goal that's stated in the first thing. But it's not one where we're taking people's chainsaws away.
So I'm going to say that I don't believe when funding is obtained is pertinent to this issue, because it's talking about the community at large taking measures. That sounds like something the county is funding, and that's not what this measure is about, in my opinion. So I feel that the existing wording proposed by the consultants is acceptable.
Well, who is going to increase that? Who is going to
The
encourage?
community is going to do it, and they're already doing it.
And they've already exceeded what we're supposed to.
Right.
They are going to encourage on-site. I read this as the county shall.
I think the county can encourage, but the measure is to increase the use of renewable energy, period. Whoever does it, however it gets done. But I think that it is happening, and it's already, in terms of new construction and new projects, it's already
Yeah.
mandated.
The reason I put in the funding thing is that if the county is going to take any actions, it's going to cost money. And that's why I put in what I'm suggesting now is pursue funding to increase.
Then I would say that if you want to add that, it belongs in the sentence that begins with, I don't even think you need money for encourage, but perhaps we could talk about the county obtaining funding to develop a robust renewable energy program that provides outreach, financing opportunities, and technical assistance. That would make sense to me.
Yeah, right there, put it there.
Okay?
That
Put
works.
pursue funding to develop.
Like a robot.
Sure.
Okay?
Or obtain, whatever you wanted. Whatever we agree is an action word.
Okay. RE2, I have no suggestions.
Everybody okay with
With RE2?
RE2?
RE2.
My only thing would be, maybe it sounds like we're listing the 4 things, but they're there's probably
That
other
could be
things
more.
coming, and
Yeah.
so
Right.
we should include the flexibility of, maybe instead of saying including, could say, for example,
Yeah, for.
or including this and other
To increase,
applicable options,
increase renewable and carbon-free energy generation
right? Including wind, solar, hydro, biomass, and others
and other.
would be fine.
Okay.
Wow,
anything
that's
else?
easy.
R2, RE3, since it does talk about providing incentives and such, I think it would be good to say pursue funding to provide incentives.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So how would the county do that? So modify the county's development standards and zoning ordinances to provide incentives. So are they going to reduce the permit fees?
No,
No.
I think those are two different things. So we could pursue funding to provide incentives to facilitate projects. So that would be, we don't know what those incentives are. We haven't determined them, but we are already committed to modifying our development standards and zoning ordinance. That's part of our general plan implementation, so.
Okay, so now let's see.
Wait, I'm sorry. So, but this all ties back into that table that was on page 28, correct? So we're making decisions now saying that, we're supporting RE 1 and 2 and 3, and we're going to incentivize people to do that. And
It doesn't have
hopefully
to
that's
be
going to
money.
occur.
It doesn't have to be money. You're right. The incentives may not be adopted by people. Is that what you're suggesting? Yes. So I think, like, for example, on a larger commercial development or somebody putting in a large parking lot, you could incentivize including
Right.
renewables in it by reducing the number of parking spaces they're required to have, or allowing them higher density on the parcel. There are incentives that don't necessarily
Right.
cost the county money.
Right. And, having been a part of CPPA for a number of years, there are grants there to
Yes.
retrofit lights and things. So I think there are things available. One of the things that I would suggest, and I'm not sure if you can do this, is there needs to be an awareness that occurs also.
We have that in here.
It's in here and I
Yeah,
dismissed
we're going to
it.
get to that.
Okay.
Those are the supportive measures.
okay,
There's
okay.
community outreach
Okay.
to,
You're right, you're right, there
about
is, there is.
Yeah.
You're right, you're right.
you'll remember when we get to it,
Yes,
so I'll
yes.
come back to
There's
it.
a lot to remember.
Yes.
So the footnote 4 that goes with RE2, just as a clarification in which the consultants clarified the question I had, the last sentence says measure not quantified because municipal, we can substitute county government operations to make it clear what we're talking about. Emissions of measure RE2 are a subset of community, and then take out i.e. commercial with community. There it looks like all community emissions are commercial, and that doesn't appear to be the same.
Where are you reading?
From the bottom of page of footnote 4,
Yes.
okay, measure at the last sentence. Oh, excuse me, footnote 6.
6, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is footnote 6.
Okay.
I take it back. Okay.
right, that's footnote 6.
Footnote 6, measure not quantified because
Yeah,
the municipal, change municipal to county government operations
okay. Yeah.
emissions are a subset of community emissions, taking out i.e. commercial.
Okay.
Sorry, we're confused.
So are we good with our 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Yeah,
Basically with those comments? Okay. 4. I see no comments.
no, RE4 is fine with me.
Yeah, I'm fine with that one.
EO1, conduct outreach and education. I would again, suggest that in the large paragraph, we say pursue funding to conduct, blah, blah, blah. Because these are all things that would be the obligation of the county to do.
You mean in the second paragraph? where it
Yeah.
says-
I want the county to do everything that's required, but I don't want the county to go bankrupt in the process of doing it.
Exactly.
Any problems with that?
I don't have a problem with pursue funding. Except I feel like they have to do this anyway. I mean, you have to do it whether you're able to get funding for it or not. These are not, most of this is not horrendously expensive. Because this is all increasing awareness kinds of things,
Yeah.
right? It's all educational.
It's county programs, yeah.
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 And we can accomplish some of these through the permitting process anyway.
And do you have enough staff to be able to implement this educational program?
Are we gonna have to do it?
Okay, good answer.
I think,
I don't know, is it? Then I should think you need some funding to do it. Are you nodding to that too?
It gives you wiggle room if you put the funding part in.
Yeah, it does. It does.
So I'm comfortable with it.
Technically pursuing funding, but also temporarily assist with your staffing.
What was that?
Kelsey, can you say that again?
I believe that pursuing funding will also help with implementation.
Okay.
So if you need to also procure additional staffing, that could be part of your team budget.
okay,
So let's add that.
so pursue funding and add staff.
If there's funding available, that's, yeah, right? You don't want to impact the budget.
Just gives you a little wiggle room.
It does, it
That's
does,
fine.
it does.
Okay,
EB1.
easy one.
Maybe one, I just inserted a clarification that we're not going to reduce existing and new commercial energy use by 10% as far as renewables. So I'm suggesting we put all sources except renewables.
Are we looking at EB1?
EB1,
EB1, yeah.
the first sentence.
So I think the all sources belongs there because there are consequences to even using renewable energy. And the first step is always to reduce the amount of energy used versus just adding more and more source energy. But even renewables create more waste. They, particularly batteries, but solar panels that have to be manufactured, which takes energy. So all sources to me is the appropriate term here.
All right?
You get to weigh in too.
I said I agree.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that works.
And then EB2, I have no problem with it.
I didn't write anything, so I must have thought it was fine.
Yeah.
EB3, I again had except renewables then in that first, and I would guess that we will, given what was just said, not do that. All that is needed then, from my point of view, is in the sentence, it says, reduce existing residential and commercial energy use, all sources, by 10% and 15%, comma, respectively, I would add.
So should we go back to one of Michelle's comments with the second paragraph? The county will pursue funding if available to help. I mean, one of those things that, I mean, because some of this is,
It's in the next line. The county will pursue your funding.
right, to help facilitate, but I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is that this measure is dependent upon the county. I mean, so is it understood do we all assume that, that this measure cannot be implemented until the county receives funding? Maybe I'm just,
You could make progress on it even without funding, but what we're suggesting is we could probably make better progress if the county pursued some funding and helped
Right.
develop a program to
okay.
That's what. we
Incentive.
put this in earlier.
Because, one of my concerns is, and it was mentioned in one of these memos, is that, life expectancy of appliances.
It's going to be in the next one.
It's an extra.
Okay, so you want me to wait to ask that question?
I'm just saying you're going to get to really make it tie in next time.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll stop.
Actually, Commissioner Chimenzi, so the county is going to have collaborators. Because everybody's buying into this. So the county is going to play its part. The companies that manufacture appliances, I remember the time we went into the low flushing toilets. They replace your toilet if you wanted a new one for no charge.
Sure.
And I think the same thing is happening with old refrigerators that are being taken away. And when you go and buy another one, they replace it with a more energy efficient refrigerator. The same thing is going to happen to appliances. And those companies are going to be in partnership with the county so that, so everybody's on the
You
same
won't even be
page.
able to buy something.
No, I mean, that, you're right. I mean, when you think through that, the reality is what's being produced is more energy efficient. So really what this is, yeah.
It's not as disturbing
It's
as
not,
it's not
that's the only thing you're going to be able to purchase.
I mean, so
We just hope it doesn't drive up the cost so much that, yeah.
So implement an equipment time of replacement
Ordinance.
ordinance.
And this
Yeah,
one,
that
I
is
think
something
that's
that we
sort of
would have to do.
a self-correcting thing, so.
I'd suggest, though, that it makes more sense if we move the last paragraph to be the topic sentence for the first, move it up to the very beginning.
So begin with
The
2025.
25.
Yeah, because that sets the goal, and then the rest of the measure
So
talk about how you're going to achieve that goal.
I would agree with that, and I have some additional language I would like to see added to that says with exceptions for high elevation locations, because at this time, electric options are not really practical at high
They're not,
elevations.
exactly.
Well, what I was suggesting, and maybe this covers what you're saying, is that the sentence we've now moved to the top would be by 2025, adopt an ordinance that requires at equipment end of life in areas with electricity utility service, residential and commercial.
But communities like Arnold and Dorrington,
Well, Arnold and Dorrington are no problem for electrical.
but I'm just thinking about electricity viability though, and not to have the ability to heat with propane or some other source. And I thought that's what you were getting at.
No, I'm getting at that it does not make practical sense to install heat pumps
Yes.
as your heating source if you're in Tamarack.
Right.
Because you need to protect it from the snow and the difference in temperatures is too great for it to really be practical. But that's changing and every year. So we need to have something that just says until practical or until feasible or something. Because to force people to put in something that's not going to work for them doesn't make sense.
So,
So what should that paragraph read then? If it
well,
starts with,
obviously, what I was just suggesting isn't broad enough.
okay,
We can't have things, a requirement that things be replaced in areas, replaced with electric appliances in areas where we don't have electric service. So that's what I put, my language put that in, but your concern is broader than that.
My concern is that maybe by 2025, actually, some of my concern will go away, but just that we provide exceptions for
Yes,
High
environments in which
areas,
appropriate equipment isn't available.
Right.
right.
I'm sorry, we really made that messy. We might need to
So
reword
that
that
would
to
be
send to them.
That would be a second sentence in what now is the first.
So
Yes.
what I have so far, and you can add to this, by 2025, adopt an ordinance that requires residential and commercial fossil fuel powered space and water heating appliances to be replaced with electric alternatives at time of replacement, except at high elevations. Now, in between
I
there,
think
would
we
say
have
that-
to say, we have to provide for the future by saying, unless appropriate equipment is not available.
where do you want to squeeze that?
Just at the end,
At
at
the
time
end.
of replacement, except an appropriate equipment is not available. Because it might be available by then.
Well, we also, and where electrical utility service is not available.
Yes.
I have to put it in there somewhere.
There's not many places, but there are people who are off-grid. So off-grid would be or electric service is not available is
Yeah.
fine. That's a good point.
Okay, all right.
Uh,
NC1,
I think we,
are we done with?
I guess we don't, in that sense, need to
EB4.
have a reference to equipment end of life.
I think that's fine at equipment end of life.
Okay, so
place.
requires, comma, at equipment end of life.
It already says that at equipment end of life, replace 23%. Or you're somewhere else.
Are you at 45?
Looking
Are you at the big?
EB4, what's now the first sentence?
Oh, you're trying to, by 2025 to adopt an order, requires residential and commercial fossil fuel space.
Requires at
To
equipment
be
end of life.
replaced.
Residential.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it can probably come out of the other area or. We will send them a reworded.
Yeah, now,
Okay,
okay, so now we're into what was the first paragraph of EB4. And I think it would be a lot clearer, and this, the consultants have clarified and answered my questions, but this is really what they meant, is to have that say, require at equipment end of life, replacement of 45% of existing residential and commercial natural gas and propane water heating. That, otherwise it looks like the county's replacing existing residential.
Oh, yeah.
That's why-
You just wanted to say required to be replaced.
Require at equipment end of life replacement of 45%.
That's fine. We're not, yes, county will not be replacing it.
And then the same thing for the next sentence, require at equipment end of life replacement of 23% of natural gas propane.
So are we concerned at all, or, and you can, I don't think I've skipped ahead this time, but are we concerned at all about whether or not the grid's going to be able, I mean, a lot of this is having alternative energy development sources, correct? So if someone doesn't, and we move away from propane and all those other sources that people can use, and the only alternative is electricity, is that going to impact the grid unless something else occurs? And should we have language that helps support that?
I actually have a whole global comment about that.
That's all settled out.
But I was trying not to throw that in the mix. Basically, not just the grid, but again, that there may be other alternatives besides electricity at some point.
Right.
And right now, electricity is our default. I am old enough to have been through the electric conversion a couple of times already, and then we swing back. And
Yeah.
I think our real goal is to decarbonize, so not burning fossil fuels. Right now, the only thing that we have is electricity, really, for that. But it may be possible at some point that there is a fuel that is cleaner, like hydrogen. Yeah.
Yep.
So I wanted to maybe include some kind of global statement somewhere that we use electrification as a shorthand, but our real goal is decarbonization, and we would consider alternatives as they became available.
There's specific language included in the climate action plan to that. If you'll note that these measures only move you so far, percentage-wise, as far as the conversion. There is that other percent that will still need to be captured in the longer term. And then in the main body of the climate action plan itself, it recognizes that this cap doesn't get you to full decarbonization by 2045. That is because there will be new technologies, new fuel sources that will emerge over time that will also be incorporated to achieve that full decarbonization by 2045. So there is a whole paragraph that references that for you.
And does it also address the reliability of the grid?
I mean, we can talk about that. We don't really include, things that are so far outside of the control. What we're trying to do is we're trying to leverage existing state law. And in this instance, the state law is SB 100, which calls for the entire, all the power in California to be renewable by 2045. And so we're leveraging that law here. And to do that, the grid is going to be controlled by either investor-owned utilities or other local utilities that will need to, based on the market economy, have a system that's sufficient in size to be able to support their customers.
So, but perhaps we could include some kind of statement that says that these requirements will be contingent upon there being reliable grid incentives for renewable energy available to make it reliable for people.
I agree.
So I think that's
There's a statement in the implementation portion of this that speaks to the fact that this climate action plan will be monitored over time, one, through the implementation of measures, and two, through subsequent greenhouse gas inventories to see how the county is tracking with the climate action plan. And then there's a catch-all that says, if any of these measures aren't achievable, or there's a change in direction needed based on new technologies, the climate action plan will be updated at that time. And that's the catch-all there. So you're not held in perpetuity to this. Instead, this is a plan to track your progress with. And then as soon as you're not tracking it appropriately, you just update the cap, you erase measures that don't work, you incorporate new measures or new technologies or what have you that will work, and make that adjustment at that time.
I have a question on that score. Mr. Feldman, the language that you were just referring to, is that in a draft of a document that we have not seen, or is that somewhere in this memorandum?
understanding is that SBC is preparing the implementation plan, but we need to finalize the measures before we develop that.
I see.
SBC is preparing the GHG reduction plan document, including the implementation and monitoring table that Eric is referring to.
Okay, and then, I want to make it clear that what we're doing is a greenhouse gas reduction plan, and that's, to avoid any confusion, I think it's important that we refer to it as the greenhouse gas reduction plan, or the GHG reduction plan.
Apologies. Apologies, you're right. Terminology is important. Greenhouse gas reduction plan.
So I think in that catch-all that you're discussing, the reliability of the grid could be, or adequacy of the grid could be included as something that would require us to rethink our implementation, modify our implementation plan, because
Yes.
that seems like a.
No, this is your plan. You can incorporate that language. In general, just based on our experience, we try to be a little bit more general so you can catch more beneath the statement rather than the specificity that you're calling out. You can do whatever you want, for sure.
I think it could just be included, like you were saying, with the advent of new technology, with, if there are challenges with the grid, availability of grid power, whatever. I think we could put a couple examples without limiting it to those.
Yeah, and so that catch-all text that Eric was mentioning would go into plan document. So there's what you're going through right now is the direct specific route of the measures that are incorporated in the overall plan. With that additional overarching caveat language and talking about as you monitor and track and go along, that adjustments can and will be made accordingly.
That's perfect, I think.
So I'm not sure of what the intent of how this plan is going to become public. My hope is that this is distributed.
It's already public.
It's already public.
It's draft.
This draft is. And so.
The GHGRP hasn't been released yet. This is just the measures.
Okay, so, but if the measure.
The discussion to be included in what will be your draft GHGRP to be released for public over review.
So my suggestion would be to, as many places as possible, instead of having a catch-all at the end, if there are pertinent measures that would say dependent on the reliability of the grid or whatever that catch-all phrase is, I think it needs to be included so that when people read this, they'll know right away instead of going, because they may not read the whole thing.
She's saying it will be in the implementation, because these are just.
Oh, so the
these are measures. The
implementation.
implementation will be a plan that will take these and create a plan, and it will have overarching language that talks about how the plan can be modified and over time.
Okay.
Is that right, Kelsey?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So NC1, again, I suggest, as with the previous one, that the second paragraph be moved up to the first because it's providing the overall goal, and then the second paragraph to the other. I would add, since it would require the county to provide incentives to, again, put the magic words in, pursue funding to provide incentives. At the very beginning of the sentence, we're moving to the top. Then in the other paragraph, I started with saying through incentives, achieve participation. So it's clear that those are tying together. And then my suggestion of inserting except renewables, I guess, would meet the same objection you had. So I'd take out those proposals. And that would take care of NC1 as far as I'm concerned.
So you're swapping them and you want us not to pursue funding to provide incentives. Although the example, easing permitting requirements, does not
But that is,
require funding.
but that's an EG.
No, I understand.
So-
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I actually wrote down what are other examples of incentives, but that's for another time. That's for the implementation.
Okay.
Okay,
NC2? Again, if this is the last time I'm going to be saying this, it makes more sense to reverse the order of the paragraphs or the sentences. And since we're asking to incentivize, I would say pursue funding to incentivize.
I think that new codes that are going to require it in very few years are going to be a pretty good incentive on new construction.
Anyhow, that's my suggestion. and-
That's fine.
Okay.
What do you guys
I'm
fine with that?
Okay. Now, as far as NC3, I don't have, I mean, it's implementation measures from the general plan, and I really appreciate the care with which the consultants have put the provisions involving the implementation measures in here. But it has measure NC3 not quantified, and I don't see why it's given that it's supportive of measures NC1 and NC2. It's not, that's just not seen as a separate measure.
No, it's, I mean, it's a supporting measure.
Yeah, okay. If we recognize that.
Yeah.
It seems to me it's not just supportive, it's providing additional guidelines.
But it might be covered.
Eric or Kelsey, are we talking particulate matter here? Are we talking the PM10s and the PM 2.5s in this area? Or are we talking about non-attainment of those pollutants?
I believe this is directly from the general plan.
Okay.
It is, but it seems to me it's not just supportive, it's providing additional guidelines to.
So supportive is two things, right? So supportive is one that it would support the implementation of other measures, but we're also calling measures supportive if they are standalone. They in general work for your cap, but they don't have the appropriate language to support quantification of emissions reduction.
Is there any suggestions you would have to add language that would do that? Because obviously I'm looking for every reduction we can get. And
I'd have to go in and look to see if the reason that this one hasn't been extended is that it was another one of those double counting issues. A lot of times supportive means that this one has overlay with another measure, and we're being specifically cautious about having anyone point to the fact that we could be overestimating your emission reduction from double counting.
It sounds to me like it may be implementing a state requirement anyway. So it might be a double counting issue. Although these are guidelines, but I can see how.
Yeah, I'm sorry, our involvement didn't overlay the development of every single measure here. There's two other consulting firms, and so this wasn't directly in our purview.
all right, well,
Yeah.
I want to quantify anything we can validly quantify.
We're committed to take your comments back and go in and do everything we can with them, you know.
Okay,
So just say,
Consultants of the team, yeah.
yeah.
okay, so if you could take another look at that one, that'd be great.
That's a valid point, yeah. You score some points on this one, that adds to.
Okay, NC4.
NC4, my new suggestion is on the first sentence, achieve use of EPA-rated wood stoves in all new residential buildings with wood stoves. We don't have anybody read this in that we're requiring wood stoves in all new residential buildings.
So they're already required.
Wood stoves are required?
No, EPA-rated wood
Rated.
stoves are already
No, no.
required.
But this would,
This is-
this would say you have a new residential building, you need to put in an EPA-rated wood stove, whether you
Right.
want a wood stove. or
Yes, we
not.
want to reword it that when a wood stove,
But just-
but I think how it would make it more useful would be to require that wood stoves and fireplaces be EPA 2 or whatever the current rating is, since there are different EPA ratings, be required in new construction. But I think we have to accept the low density rural development because we allow them to use products
Right.
that are
Yeah.
reclaimed, reused, wouldn't necessarily have that rating. But the issue is that fireplaces are not required to meet EPA guidelines. Wood stoves are required and are not even being sold currently in California unless they do meet that requirement. But fireplaces aren't, and many larger developments use the little pressed metal, zero clearance kind of fireplaces, and those never meet EPA guidelines. So if we wanted to have a substantive measure, we would say that wood stoves and fireplaces would be required. They would also be more appropriate if you're using them as a heat source when the power is out, because they provide actual heat. Whereas the little zero clearance ones don't provide much in the way of heat.
We're going to have to come up with specific language there.
Well, I think all we have to say is when require any installed wood stove or fireplace to meet current EPA ratings in new residential buildings from 2020.
So with a fireplace, Michelle, they can't put like a catalytic converter on the top of the chimney to kind of catch those gas. I mean, so a fireplace.
No,
is
it has to
never-
be built into the fireplace, and they are. There's many
Are there?
fireplaces available that meet those requirements.
A real, I mean, a old-fashioned fireplace meet those standards?
And not an old-fashioned fireplace. You can't install an old-fashioned fireplace anymore. It has to have doors on it,
Oh.
outside air. There's a lot of
Okay,
other
so
requirements.
the open
So they-
fireplace.
There's no such.
I'm sure aesthetically you can have something that looks like a fashion fireplace, right? But functionally, is not what
You can't install a fireplace in California that does not meet the current requirements, which are mostly energy efficiency requirements so that they have doors and they use outside air for combustion except under certain circumstances. But you can do all that and still have a fairly inefficient unit. But most people that are putting in a fireplace are buying a fireplace unit and putting it in. So you could build a custom one from masonry and still incorporate all those things into it. You rarely see that done. But, so I think the second part already really says what it needs to say. It says require all wood burning appliances, including fireplaces, in new residential construction to be EPA rated appliances, as except as provided in the housing element for off-grid construction. And we would just need to say, or the low density rural residential.
Limited density owner built.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Too many words in that one.
Would that, could we just get rid of the first sentence then, that achieve use of?
Well,
And just, if it restates it better in the second sentence?
The first sentence is also about the timing, right?
yeah, I was gonna say, we just need to add the timing into the other
Second,
sentence, and I
sure.
think you'd be good to go.
Yeah, I would too. I agree.
Okay, you'll take a good eye on this one. Because
I will try.
I haven't kept track of the language. Okay. Into transportation.
Michael's gonna keep his eye on it. You're gonna keep your eye on that one,
I
right?
know,
Oh, yeah.
I will, I'll put a
Okay.
little story there.
Now, it looks as if I've rejected all of what the consultants have suggested in transportation. It's just that I've reorganized and reworded it and changed a few things. So it just was easier for me to type up a replacement TR1. I don't know how the commission wants to handle this, but as I say in my comments, should I go into what let me just ask whether the people who drafted this, they have problem with my suggestions, and what problems do they have? I think is,
I have lots of questions about this one.
yeah. Anyhow, so shall we go through my suggested version?
So just for TR1,
Yes.
Yes.
I'll just, if you don't mind, point out that we do need to retain percentage reduction goals and
Yeah.
due dates to be quantified.
We do need to retain that.
Yeah.
And I think we can, but I think that by having this plan impose a requirement that there be 751 new charging port installations within the county without a county group studying the matter and coming up with exactly how many we need and where they are.
Commissioner Laddish, CCOG has put out an RFP and has selected a consultant to actually do this specific work. So they are analyzing locations in the county to have EV charging stations, and they will determine how many EV charging stations there would be based on information that we provide to them, based on necessity. So it would not be unusual to find that all county-owned facilities would have charging stations in them, including the ones that we lease potentially. So that work is already on the way. So we're not reinventing the wheel in that particular direction.
No, but if we adopt what was suggested, there's a set number already.
Right.
In it, and that's why I'm suggesting
And
that
you're gonna,
additional studies such as what you're talking about, I'm suggesting that it become part of the
oh yeah, well,
electric vehicle infrastructure implementation plan
absolutely.
that that has been suggested. And that 99 that apparently came from the Central Sierra plan
Yeah.
seems like a good start, but that establishing, as was suggested, an electric vehicle infrastructure implementation plan, that is as part of that plan to look at the individual situations within Calaveras County and determine the exact number of additional charging stations that's necessary and location, that pertaining to local conditions, I mean, the 751, it comes out to one charging station for every 1.3 square miles in Calaveras County, and an awful lot of those miles are square miles or forest lands, ridgelands, mountains,
Yeah.
et cetera. And so it just, I think for people to accept this plan, they need to accept that somebody with a knowledge of local conditions are going to determine exactly how many more we need and where we need them, and that will make it a lot easier to accept the plan. And I think, as I would suggest, that the electric vehicle infrastructure implementation plan would that plan would end up having this roughly the same reduction values as just the flat 751. Maybe there will be 751 total, but maybe through placement in efficient places and serving specific local needs, maybe we can accomplish what we're trying to do under TR1 is to accelerate the growth in the numbers of the EVs and zero emission vehicles. And I think that it could well be that with, say, 692 or something charging stations, we would accomplish the same level of incentivization, if there is such a word, as we would with just this flat 751. But let it be determined by the electric vehicle infrastructure implementation plan, taking into account the goal, the 2030 GHG reduction goal, which I've written into it.
Well, I in general agree with you. And I think that's the appropriate course of action. The problem that we face with the climate action plan is the use of this plan for CEQA streamlining and the need for it to be supported by substantial evidence as far as the overall greenhouse gas reduction claim. And so that movement of chargers that's put in there is our nexus or a tie to our quantification of the reductions from that measure. We have reviewed other studies, and they basically provide a per charging station factor for adoption of EVs. And so we back calculate that number of charging stations to match up with that substantial evidence that is being leveraged to come up with the greenhouse gas reduction. If we don't have any number there, we're coming up with a reduction number that isn't supported by any evidence. It's just a number. So we can do that, and you can do that with your plan, even in a qualified climate action plan. I just point out that there's a potential risk that someone might say that this number isn't supported by substantial evidence.
So Eric, could a compromise be taking in Commissioner Landish's comment regarding a geographical location to say not to exceed a number of charging stations that would...
You need a minimal.
I mean, or minimum, yeah, minimum, I'm sorry, a minimum number of charging stations, you know, so that it meets the intent of your study and what the commissioner is suggesting. I mean...
And I have something that might further complicate this. This is talking about only publicly accessible charging
Right.
stations,
Oh,
but
sure.
there are people put every day. I haven't done a remodel project in
You
some
haven't put a
time.
charging station.
It didn't include installing either the charger or at least preparing for the possibility of having a charger. And so do we have any sense of how much of this is happening just organically already for particularly second homeowners and primary.
We may have the data through building permit records.
Sure.
Yeah.
So it might be that, because it talks about it serving both residents and visitors, but we do have a lot of second homeowners who are both residents and visitors. And I think that the numbers might not be so startling if we look at it that way.
And
But
are we allowed to do
I
that?
think with somebody's private second home, that's chargeable is more accessible to visitors.
But it's still supporting the electrification
That's right.
of transportation, because it's allowing people who are second homeowners to bring their electric vehicle up here. So it
And the
seems
goal of
like we
this
need
is,
both.
Yeah.
the goal of this is to incentivize electric vehicles and
Yeah.
and having existing chargers in a private garage would incentivize a buyer of that property to have an electric vehicle.
Well, and could the incentive be something such as expedited permitting of that? And I'm going to say it's going to be hard to quantify it, and many people are putting them in without a permit because they already have 220 power available in their garage. So it's a pretty easy thing, but is there some way? I'm not saying we should get rid of the publicly accessible piece. I'm just saying, can we quantify something that's already happening as part of this whole piece?
Sure. And include it.
And one thing, there is a provision in both the consultants and my version, consistent with the Calaveras Streamlined Permitting Guidebook of the
Yeah,
CD,
that.
develop and maintain an expedited streamlined permitting process, and that would apply.
Yeah, I have it.
At the end of the day, what we're trying to promote here is an increased adoption of EVs, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, we could change the measure to point to the level of adoption that we're looking to get. The limiting factor is, the county tracks permits for EV chargers installs. It's harder to track the number of EVs that get purchased in the county. But there could be some DMV data that we can try to leverage, but that would be a workaround, so you don't have to have that number of chargers in place.
Well, I think if we just said that, if we could say that, I don't know what the numbers, I'm going to make a number up, 15 or 20% of these chargers are happening in private residence anyway, or even in vacation rentals. And then maybe that makes the number that needs to happen in public parking lots. And we have a certain number that's happening because the county is going to install them for the use of their employees. And then maybe the number that need to go into existing parking lots becomes something more attainable, but still adds up to your 721 or whatever the number is.
Well, we're not, I think Eric was saying that we could maybe not use that number, but come up with something that they could apply. And I'm afraid, Eric, that you're much more of an expert at doing that than we would be. So it would be great to see your ideas, because I think the Board of Supervisors is going to have a very hard time saying, oh yeah, we need 751 charging stations.
I have a thought. I just want to, based on the board's direction, I mean, the board's direction thus far has been proceed with getting this plan done and also make it available for CEQA streamlining. So the first priority, I'm sure, is the implementation of the general plan. And I'm starting to think that maybe, obviously, if we can get both, great. That's what the board has asked us to do. But if we're presenting a difficult political situation to the board, perhaps there's a way to have a chart or just say, here's what we can do to implement the general plan. If you do it this way, you'll implement your general plan successfully, but using it for CEQA streamlining might not work as well. And it might be that the board would prefer to say goodbye to the streamlining before not adopting a defensible plan. I mean, so I'm just saying, there's,
Could we get a number and say this will be made up by a combination
Sure.
of
that would be great.
this,
Combination.
so of all these different things, and then, but we'll still get to the number, but not say something like 30% of the total spaces in every commercial parking lot. I mean, I think that's just gonna have everybody thinking that's crazy in the next few years.
Sure. I could
Well,
support.
I think what Eric is saying is that we need to keep the 99 and we need to keep the 652 to be
Yes.
publicly accessible. I think what the commission is saying is that perhaps we want another way to quantify those facilities that are not publicly accessible but are still beneficial, and whether or not that would provide us with even a higher reduction value than 39.5. Is that kind of what you're saying, Michelle?
I'm saying, whatever number we need to get to, do they all need to be publicly accessible? Or could we say, we need to install 800 chargers?
Yeah.
20% of them are assumed to be being installed in existing residential. 20% of them are going to be put in county facilities, and the remaining 60%
Sure.
would need to be in publicly accessible commercial parking lots or other
Sure.
facilities. I mean, could we get to the same number? Because
It's
it says increase adoption. It doesn't say that they all have to be publicly accessible. That's something that has been added into here.
Yeah. So Eric, going back to your nexus analysis, does what the chair is saying make sense?
Yeah, I would have to look at the studies that we're leveraging to get the nuanced language to be confident in how to proceed there. You know, we've done our quantification. We've gone through with a fine tooth comb to make sure the language meets the bill, so that we're providing a perspective, the most defensible pathway for this climate action plan. And so each little tweak provides some nuance there that we would have to back check.
Well, perhaps we could pick it up if we could have even more of them, a bigger number, reasonably. And I wonder if does an EV charger installed in a lodging facility or at a lodging facility qualify as publicly accessible?
So technically say that hotels and lodges, you know,
Oh yeah, that'll be public.
so maybe they can access the better chargers.
Because we see them being installed in places that are for like restaurant patrons or,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and lodging particularly.
Like a grocery store or something.
I think anything we could do that still tries to get the same number of charging stations installed to meet the criteria, but can show it as being made up by different sectors would be helpful.
So then we get to who's going to draft that? I mean, it sounds.
It sounds like Eric can check into
That's
what they used as the basis, and they can tell us yes or no, that's possible.
Eric, I don't know if you can see us on the screen. We're all pointing at your name on the screen.
Yeah.
Eric.
Exactly.
See those lips? Now you
Oh, no, he's gone.
He's coming in.
I'm trying to, let's see, I didn't see the screen, I'm here.
Great.
Yes, we're happy to take any of your comments back. What we're trying to do is make sure that we provide the most defensible pathway. And what we can do is flag if these changes might impact that defensibility, and then it can be a decision on how to proceed from there.
Sure.
And when you do the flagging of defensibility, could you distinguish between will work for general plan goal versus defensibility for CEQA, streamlining? Because they're two different
So
things.
for general plan goal, the flexible document sounds to me to be available. What I'm specifically speaking to is that CEQA streamlining.
Thanks,
Thank you.
excellent.
But my understanding is we meet, the general plan requires us to come up with a greenhouse gas reduction plan that meets the state's goals. But is there additional requirements for
So
the?
the CEQA
Yes.
streamlining has stricter quantification requirements than the goal that the general plan is tied to. And the board knows that there's a distinction. They wanted both, and obviously that would be great for future development too, if we could get to both. But I just want to make sure the board has all of its options and is, if it's necessary, able to distinguish between implementing the general plan versus hanging on to the CEQA streamlining. And so I want to be able to, break that down for them so that at the very least, they can implement the general plan if they have to make a compromise. So.
And I'll just point out that this target of defensibility is an arbitrary target that is open to interpretation by any judge out there. I'm not an attorney. I've been involved with a number of climate action plans, greenhouse gas reduction plans, and cases around CEQA streamlining as a consultant. So I'm trying to guide as best I can with the language we have. At the end of the day, the concept of defensibility and the adoption of this plan falls to city or community attorneys and, the board of supervisors and the planning commission. So I'm happy to flag based on our experience, but I'm not. At the end of the day, this is your plan that's going to be adopted by you.
The CEQA streamlining would only happen once we've actually determined what our significance thresholds are going to be. And that's the thing that would have to be defensible based on our use of this provision of CEQA. So that would be a later step, not the actual plan. Is that right?
Yeah, and really the rubber hits the road is on a project by project basis. And it'll be that project that is using your greenhouse gas reduction plan to not do the CEQA analysis for greenhouse gases.
And I think
Those are just a few steps, right? Because the first step of being super strong is doing what your general plan measure is asking for, which is prepare a GHG reduction plan that meets state targets. And the other step is going to be providing substantial evidence for the measures that have been discussed, and then also showing how and actively tracking and monitoring the plan, as we've also discussed. And then on an individual project by project CEQA review, doing an analysis to make sure once you've adopted that GHGRP and its respective measures, that future plan or project is consistent with and implementing the GHGRP measures. And so those are all the things consistent that would make something available to be CEQA streamlined, if that makes sense. For people.
The streamlining is only for cumulative greenhouse gas, correct?
Oh, yeah.
That's not what you said, but that's
the plan and project revenue the same as cumulative greenhouse gases. And CEQA is the same, yeah.
yeah.
Well, we're still back on TR1 and what's going to happen next.
so. I think we can propose some language and some approaches. He can say, yes, that seems safe, or no, that does not seem safe. We can always take what we have and after we get COG's study, come back and see if we can modify it at that point and still in a way that seems like it's still achieving the goal.
When would the study be done?
We had our first meeting, I would say about 2 weeks ago, and they were asking some questions, and so I'll probably say maybe by later this year or early next year.
But the board has to first sign off on these on a set of measures before the plan. Yeah.
But I think even if we keep the numbers that are in here so that and say publicly accessible, we should acknowledge the private and semi-private installations, and they might even, whether they are non-quantifiable as just supportive, or we can quantify them, then maybe they give us even a little wiggle room somewhere at some point.
Well, I have taken my crack at redrafting this, but I'd be willing, keeping in mind the Brown Act requirements, that I'd be willing to work with the chair in coming up with another draft, since she has concepts that sound sound to me, but I'd have a hard time writing them down. But if the other members of the commission agree in concept of being a subcommittee to come up with a draft that be submitted to you.
That works. That works.
That might be that.
Although we want to get something back to these guys pretty promptly.
Yeah.
So
we could, so you could have like the two of you working on a draft, and then we would need commission buy-in on that later. It can't be shared.
Right.
Exactly. So we'll have to do it 2 weeks from now at our next meeting.
Yeah, well,
And,
if we
but
have
we
it.
could have our whole bullet pointed notes from this meeting and just have it in there, right?
I don't know. I'm not-
I think in this one, actually would defer to Google, so in your internal timing and Google, what your thoughts were on the timing of what, getting things finalized in terms of the measures and see what would be ultimately draft GHG-RP.
I just want to mention I'm gone.
Concern is getting it to the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah.
I'm gone Sunday until Thursday. Or
That's
Wednesday.
fine. So maybe a month from now.
Yeah, yeah, right.
I'm not trying to commit you.
Yeah, that's, I think maybe we can come up with.
Yeah, I
something.
think we should move along. So I think we only have you guys for about another hour. Is that true?
Done. That was just two.
Yeah, Eric, Kelsey, I kind of give some, for wiggle in there, like, because I don't think we could have accomplished all the things we were to do within 2 hours. And you guys said, well, something reasonable. I would say that we would try to,
I think
move quicker as we move along, but maybe another hour or so of your time, perhaps, unless you have other obligations.
I do have another obligation that I'll have to leave around 12:30 for. We were scheduled to do this for 2 hours till noon, but I'm happy to give you every ounce of my time that I have available, and then follow up you guys if there's an opportunity to take notes as to other changes. We're happy to incorporate those or provide feedback.
Yeah, and Gabriel, you would provide consultants team in general the written feedback, after this for incorporation in the plan.
Right.
I think there's a lot of measures between here and TR5 that I think the commission would probably go through and agree on changes, but TR5 is the decarbonized off-road equipment and vehicles. And I think that is something that we really need to discuss with the consultants.
So I'm looking at, we are dealing with the two biggest areas right now, energy and transportation. So
Right.
I think we're going to be okay. The others are less substantive, or they contribute less to the overall numbers.
That is true.
So you want to,
We're gonna come back.
Does anybody need a break, or should we
No, we're good.
power through?
We're good.
Okay, let's go.
So are we gonna go to TR, are we gonna go to TR2 and?
Yes, let's see.
okay.
Do we have, let's try to move through TR2 quickly then.
Okay, I am suggesting in TR2 that lead by example by pursuing funding. for to decarbonize.
Commissioner Laddish, that is already taking place. So we are,
Yeah, they're
the county is,
working on this. They
county's
told us.
already working on that part.
But
Because I agree with you, we have to, lead by example.
okay, I don't know. So,
Of course, we don't need to wait for funding. They already have
They're
funding.
doing
They're already
it. Okay.
working on it.
Already
They told us that.
okay,
That's something.
okay. Is that also true as far as increased public transit mode share?
Yes.
Yes, they,
But, well, we've got, I mean, what's proposed here would require massive amounts of funding.
Absolutely.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
we have to get it in there.
And
If we're gonna say, well, yeah, we're on a par with Aspen, Colorado, we need a little outside help.
and the CCOG is doing their own
yeah.
analysis as we speak,
So,
because this is,
Well, and it says rely on funding through measures. TR 6 and
yeah, but I would say at the very beginning of TR 3, and I would,
consistent with the availability of funding,
Yes. lead by
develop a
example.
robust public
Yeah, or something, yeah.
transportation.
I'll defer to the consultants, but it seems to me in the past, we have to watch out that there's some magic language function to using the word pursue. And so that's why I have pursue, I would say pursue rather than
That's fine too.
public funding.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Whatever language works to make it quantifiable.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're good,
Okay.
all good with that?
Yeah. And actually, I mean, it sounds like a wonderful world of public transportation. I really don't have suggestions except one reference to TR1 above in number 5.
Okay.
The consultants have confirmed that 6% is the figure that they're using for the quantification now. So that's good. So I'm fine with TR3.
Okay, TR 4,
TR4,
I'm fine with it.
I would, on number 3, I would add pursue funding to construct bikeway and pedestrian system connections.
They get money for this every year.
yeah.
Okay, so we're already flush with that, we don't need it?
I think we're good because there's active
Okay.
transportation funding available for bikeways and
Okay.
pedestrian stuff.
Okay, then, if nobody else has something on TR4, we are to TR5.
See, I knew it, we'd get you there.
And TR5 has provided, now the consultants have clarified in the answer to my question that the ordinance they're talking about in number 1 is the ban that they're talking about is only for the diesel-powered small off-road equipment, the ban by 2029. But by 2029. But as my understanding, they still are asking for an ordinance to ban the local operation of gasoline and diesel off-powered equipment. And to me, that's something that'll never get past the Board of Supervisors. And might cause enough controversy to put off track the entire adoption of the greenhouse gas reduction plan. So I have put in a suggested change that talks about incentivizing and tracking adoption of these sort of vehicles. That's the very latest suggestion that you just got this morning. And so I am I realize that, that's going to possibly cause some problems in the quantification. And again, I think we can make up any reductions in our reductions by providing that no matter that if we drop below the 40% figure of 1990 emissions, that the sequestration provisions would more than make it up, even though we don't have a particularly quantified amount for the sequestration. Because the sequestration is quite broad and would result in major reductions. From what I understand from Eric, we can't quite put our finger on exactly what they would be by now, but I suggest that they're going to be more than enough to make up for anything we lose by making the TR5 politically acceptable.
I don't think you're going to get him to say yes to that.
No,
quite
Tim,
yet.
Tim, can I ask you a question though? On number one, what are your thoughts on what is considered to be off-road equipment? Because I think it might not be as critical as you think it is. What are you thinking off-road equipment includes?
That's the consultant's term, so you can ask them. I'm assuming that.
Actually, it's really common, so Caltrans, et cetera, term, it's like construction equipment, landscaping maintenance equipment, that sort of thing, airplanes, anything like that.
Right, and I was gonna say that with landscape equipment, they're already happening. I mean, you have lawnmowers that are now electric. You got leaf blowers that are now electric.
Does it?
So,
But it
Skip loaders are not.
Yeah, right.
yeah, I mean, the bigger ones, yeah,
But it
but they did say
includes
small.
recreational vehicles also, right?
Boats are mentioned, yeah.
Motorcycles.
Yeah.
Motorcycles, yeah.
I mean, golf carts are not.
I understand.
So as you go back to some of the type of measure, it's decarbonization, right? So that's why we would be using non-fossil fuel-based equipment engines or renewable type of fuel, like a renewable diesel or biodiesel. So it's going to that's why it's a combination approach for decarbonizing offer.
I think the question of what counts as SOAR is going to be really critical for the board. They're going to need to know exactly what types of vehicles or machinery would be included and which would not. I think they really would need a list of specific types of equipment before they could vote on anything like this.
And I would point out that the consultants did a great job of giving the definition of what's included in SOAR in their responses that we got today. Let's see. SOAR is a specific term used by CARB and defined as spark ignition engines with rated power at or below 19 kilowatts, and includes specific equipment types, e.g. lawn and garden equipment, portable generators, and pressure washers. So we know a lot more about SOAR now than we did before. And I think we could put the reference to SOAR back in. But yes, we probably need some clarification as to what equipment we're talking about.
So we're also talking about chainsaws then?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is a link, just from the sheet provided a link to the list of solar equipment. And then where is that specifically in this? It's under, in our responses to the questions dated August 8th, it's under the response to question 14. So it's not the summary memo, it's under responses to commissioner comments. Yes, the store applicability fact sheet.
I very much appreciate your providing written answers to the questions. So it's very helpful.
And I'll just point out that the California Resources Board has established laws limiting the procurement of fossil fuel solar equipment after 2024.
Right, so you're not going to be able to purchase, but you still can use, correct?
Yeah, CARB is not restricted that. This measure would be restricting it.
So what are we trying to accomplish with this? I mean, I agree with Tim, that I think might be some political fallout. However, my sense is that people who are in the industry are going to buy gas-powered chainsaws, et cetera, because they won't be able to purchase them after 2024 in the state of California. And it doesn't preclude them from using them, correct? So what are we trying to achieve with that? And in some cases, it probably will never be probable that a logger can take 14 batteries out with him or her to fall trees. So what is the intent of this measure then? Because we're not talking about heavy equipment at this point, correct?
No, we are.
No, I thought sewer was small.
That's
Yeah.
included.
Okay, so now we are talking about heavy equipment.
We're including everything,
Okay.
basically, it looks like.
Well, I mean, there are two components to item number one. One is a gradual phasing out of the large equipment. And then the second one is banning of the small equipments by 2029. So I think the answer would lie in what do we actually do with the phasing out process, and what triggers a change from, a gasoline engine for large equipment to one that is, that is better for the environment. So that all that language would lie in the ordinance itself, and I think it would put into consideration some of the concerns that you have and that most people in this community would have as to the reliability of electric vehicles to do some really heavy-duty farm work. It has been mentioned to me before that, that don't even think about it. But so I think the way to balance those interests would be, how do we phase those things out, and what do we do when we do, what do we offer in exchange for phasing out those equipments? And by us, I mean the manufacturer, for example. If you're a Caterpillar guy, maybe they have a program whereby if you're trading your old Caterpillar equipment, you get an electric one, if whatever. I don't know. It's just.
So all that is already happening, but
Yeah.
I think there's going to be relatively slow
is.
adoption
yeah.
of that
Oh, yeah.
because of the cost.
Oh, yeah.
And so, but I also think that in the end, Calaveras County won't be the driving force of this. You will be registering those vehicles, and the registration cost will be so high for a fossil fuel vehicle that at some point
You're going to have to
it
get
will
rid-
start to make them make sense. Plus, those vehicles will improve. But I just don't know if this timeline is realistic.
But also action number 3 underneath, if you go action 3 underneath TFI, it does talk about determining phasing based on studies and availability.
All right.
Yeah.
But I don't know, Michelle, I like Tim's suggestion of, the biofuel, the biodiesel as maybe as an alternative.
Actually, that's written in there by the.
Yeah, they have it in here.
Okay. I just worry about people's livelihood and the cost, replacement costs.
Contractors.
Yeah.
So I just
But
think
that's what-
we need some language that says, that, you know, that it's.
We aspire to.
Yes,
But
you know,
banning is just not realistic.
yeah, it's a word that's kind of,
That ban has got me.
That's why my suggestion was pursue funding to incentivize and track adoption of non-fossil fuels, et cetera, et cetera.
I
And
agree with
the-
that.
The problem is the quantification. And
But it's not that much, it's over by 45, it's 17,000. I mean, can't we offset it somewhere else? Because I don't see a rural
that's where
community like us ever adopting something like this.
that's why I'm
doesn't make
saying it should be offset by at least an understanding that sequestration is going to result in a much more reduction
You're looking at it.
than we're going to lose here
Yeah.
by doing it this way.
And we might have to suck it up and pay for the study to do the sequestration piece at some point.
But Tim may be right, though. I mean, if we're looking at an overall number of reduction,
We are.
you know, you might achieve that through the electrification or another.
We're already at the top of what we can tolerate. We
Yeah.
are not doing anything to
Right.
increase our numbers here.
Right.
So I don't think that within this plan, we're gonna find
So you're not going to find any.
this. We're
Right.
going to have to add it in with a new measure with sequestration at some point. But I agree, we cannot say that we're gonna ban the use of existing equipment, even if it's no longer available for sale. I see, at least in the construction industry, a huge adoption of battery operated equipment. I mean, that's
And
absolutely true,
But not
yes.
tractors.
No, but I was saying, but we were talking about chainsaws and things. I am seeing that adoption happening.
Absolutely.
So I think a piece of this is happening, you know, that will happen. And as it becomes practical and cost effective to do, if there's a benefit to it, people are going to want to do it.
And the trade-off will be you're not taking a gas generator out there firing it up to build a house because you're
Right.
using battery operated tools.
Your
That's exactly
F-150 to.
That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, new trucks, yeah, and there's a, yeah.
Eric, I'm putting you on the spot again. Have you had a chance to review my suggestion that just you would have gotten last night, if not this morning?
TR5, you're saying specifically?
Yeah, TR5.
Yeah, we saw it this morning.
Okay.
So
Do you have any rough guesses? I know this is not what you do. And what we would lose by adopting a measure that's talking about incentivizing and tracking the adoption of these things instead of banning them?
So,
they already have a lot.
it's quite difficult to, I mean, again, what we're walking here is this line that's been developed because of the want to do the greenhouse gas streamlining.
Yeah.
You know, what we have when we do quantifications, if we can point to things like ordinances, we can say, look, this is a mechanism when that is adopted that you can show that people will comply within a certain percentage. When we start moving away from hard and fast actions like that, we lose that effectively the number that we can point to that is used to quantify the emission reduction. So for incentivizing things, we can develop a number and we can quantify based on it, but those numbers are substantially lower than what you would see from the adoption of an ordinance. Again, that's only an issue if there was a project that was using your your greenhouse gas reduction plan to streamline the CEQA analysis of that project, and someone pointed to it and said, you're quantifying this too much. If we pull that component out of this, then all these changes become quite easy because you have an aspirational plan that meets the needs of your community and you're going to be tracking it and you do the best you can. It's only in the case that there were to be a lawsuit associated on a project by project basis using this greenhouse gas reduction plan for CEQA streamline. So it does impact your quantification significantly.
Yeah, but we still need to meet our general plan goal, which requires quantification.
You can, but you don't need as rigorous substantial evidence if you're not facing lawsuits associated.
Because you're not setting up a situation where someone's scrutinizing it. I think if we can just soften it a bit and keep most of it, I can live with it knowing that it's aspirational. I think we just need an out for, like you have provided, where it's not possible to do this or not economical or whatever it's just not feasible for every contractor to be able in the next 7 years to have phased out all of this equipment.
Homeowner or rancher or.
Whatever, yeah.
And
But
ban is.
it is only
not-
30%, and then ban is just not a
Ban
word.
to not be there.
Yeah.
So Julie, there's going to be a group out there that's going to review this plan. And if we strike the word ban out of this plan because we don't think it's in our best interest, it could create a potential lawsuit.
Well, I don't want to speak to.
I'm just curious.
The board would want us to talk about litigation exposure. I don't think it would be prudent for me to do that out loud without a vote of 5 commissioners.
Okay, all right. I don't, but I mean, but Eric has posed the scenario that he's trying to create a defensible plan, and a defensible plan in his mind is this language.
So there's two different things that the board has asked us to achieve. One is to implement our general plan. Our general plan doesn't talk about the CEQA streamlining piece. It talks about having a plan, and there has to be some evidence that we're implementing our general plan. We have to have a plan that basically looks like it reasonably and will get us to the numbers. It has a reasonable chance of getting us to the numbers in the SB 32 bill, the 40% reduction by 2030. The separate ask, which the consultants, when they came on board early on, said, do you want us to do this? And they asked COG, do you want us to also develop this plan so that you can develop some set thresholds for cumulative greenhouse gas emissions so that new projects coming in, instead of having to individually guess what their emissions might be, they would have a kind of a more set threshold. They'd have more certainty when it comes to the CEQA analysis of those new development projects that might have air impacts. Okay, so a lot of new development likes CEQA streamlining, or where you have significance thresholds that have already been analyzed under CEQA, they've already passed muster, those become automatic, and you don't have to, at the project specific level, analyze all of their specific cumulative greenhouse gas emissions. You look at what their threshold will be based on the predetermined significance thresholds. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but that is an add-on. The CEQA tiering option is something that a county can use if it has adopted a greenhouse gas plan. So the first piece is we have to have a greenhouse gas plan that meets the SB 32 goals. The second part is if we have one, we can develop it with a level of rigor that will satisfy the higher the sort of higher standards for the streamline. So the streamlining is something separate that is a more rigorous quantification standards attached to it. the board wanted that, because if we were doing this, they were hoping we could also provide those significance thresholds to new development. If it becomes politically too difficult for them to pass this as is, I think my guess is the first thing they would want is, can we do something somewhere else? Can we get rid of the ban? But can we do something else to make up for it, so that will reduce our risk of being challenged on the CEQA streamlining? So the goal would be to try to have something to do both. If they're put in a corner and they don't feel that they can adopt the plan as is, we might have to live with a little bit of risk or uncertainty about our ability to use it for later project streamlining. But they can still adopt a plan. The plan just might not pass muster if a later project is approved based on our greenhouse gas reduction plan.
So I have two questions. So can we remove the word ban and soften that?
So-
And can we go ahead as a commission, because ultimately it's the board, and if we
I have another thought.
okay,
I have an idea.
okay, go
But
ahead.
I think it's part of all of what you guys are suggesting. What if we said, create a phased ordinance by 2024 to reduce the local operation of gasoline and diesel-powered off-road equipment by type, including limiting local operation of gasoline and diesel-powered small off-road equipment for those equipment types that cannot be decarbonized in the short term, include a requirement for the use of renewable diesel, which is a drop-in renewable fuel and readily available on the West Coast. I think we'll have to get a little bit more specific about the different types and having maybe a phased-in approach to removing things, so that those that are most easily removed, replaced, economical to make changes to, those could ultimately be banned. We don't have to use banned in here.
Right.
But it would be part of this phased ordinance in which we could look at what kinds of equipment is available. I don't know that we want to ban the operation, but maybe we don't allow new implementation of certain things. And then we can also use incentives to help people move to, on the smaller scale, move to different cleaner equipment. And then we could tie the larger equipment stuff to the availability of reasonable alternatives. Because as time goes on, those reasonable alternatives are going to be available. So couldn't we defer the specifics by using that ordinance to describe the different types of equipment and when we see those things being phased out?
I think we could, and I think Eric is agreeing with me. I think the crux is actually going to be in the language in the ordinance. And I think if we break it down in such a way that you just described, it is doing both things. One, it is satisfying our obligation, and two, it is appeasing the population that will be most affected by enacting outright ban on these things. So I think
And we don't want to take away anyone's livelihood.
And those equipments are expensive.
Right. So I think there's a reasonable compromise in here. It's just crafting that language.
Yeah.
So that you can still say that we're achieving, or we have the potential to achieve this level of reduction.
Eric, how does that sound?
Sounds good. It would be great if we could highlight the specific pieces of equipment that you believe are critical to your community. And then we can look into it and work to draft something phased. I think that matches up with the way that the state is moving forward as well.
I mean, we have
It is important to
we have
recognize.
ranges on the planning commission, between Commissioner Parker, Commissioner Chimente.
Yeah.
I don't know if Tim, do you have cattle on your property?
For the purposes of this measure. I think we have to have examples of what we're
Yeah.
talking about, but
Yeah.
we don't have to be specific because an ordinance will need to be drafted and then it will become more specific about all of this. So an ordinance can then be modified later if it needs to be to speed things up or slow them down in whatever way that is necessary.
And would you want to draft that, or would you like, again, the board?
Oh, the two of you.
Yeah, you can do it.
I think I will be happy to work with you on that when you return from your time away.
But Eric, you've not encountered this same conversation with other rural communities that depend on logging and construction, et cetera?
We have, I would say that what we face with each individual project is a different balance of emissions. And so sometimes there's a little bit more flexibility and you don't have to emphasize some areas as much. In this instance, we're coming with as much as we can give you with the support that we need. But yeah, I think we can develop something in a more phased approach, where we maybe emphasize maybe a sooner adoption date with some types of equipment and a later or an exemption for other pieces of equipment. We can look at it. I can't make any promises, but we will look at it and come up with the best reduction potential that we can provide.
So Eric, I just want to check in with you because you know more about this than I do. Was I accurate in how I distinguished the CEQA threshold or issue from the general plan implementation issue, or do you need to add any clarification to that?
I think that's good. I mean, that's a general example that is suitable for this type of environment. If we get into there's a lot of nuance around it, and you don't know until you get there. But I feel that we're always trying to provide as much substantial evidence in our plans to prove the nexus to our greenhouse gas reduction. But we also have to recognize that rural communities are unique to themselves, and they have different conditions than the areas where there's more examples of climate or greenhouse gas reduction plans being developed. So I think we have to find the balance point there to be able to provide a climate action plan that has substantial evidence, but also meets unique needs of your community and also accounts for the limitations in best available data.
Okay, so, Kelsey, maybe you can chime in on this then. Timing, so that we can have all the edits to coincide with whatever it is SBC might be doing going forward.
Well, that was my question back to you, because you're coordinating with SBC. I don't know what your timing is.
Okay.
GHRP. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
So, I mean, that would be a question to them.
Yeah.
For their original plan ever. So work backwards from, when we the consultants, what would be your written feedback to finalize whatever that feed into the draft GHRP plan.
yeah.
I think that Tim and I are hoping that we would, by the first meeting in September, have whatever we are committing to doing
Okay.
done.
Yeah.
It is what it is then. If that's what it's gonna take, then we're just gonna have to let them know.
I think both of us I'm going to be out of town for almost 2 weeks, right between the meetings. And Tim's going to, so I think that's the problem here. So I'm going to be a problem. But we'll work on it.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll talk about it. But what we're trying to accomplish is necessary, so, yeah.
Are we ready to talk about TR6?
Sure. What did Tim say about here?
a TOT tax though. It's on the visitors.
Well, guess what? If your TOT tax is too high, people don't want to visit your county. One of the things that had in our favor was we had a low TOT and now it's 12%. I happen to know this because I have a lot of accommodations that I try and keep rented, and people don't like these high taxes.
These high taxes.
It does affect us.
I don't see anybody not coming because of it, but I agree, we don't want to just keep layering it
That's what
on.
we do. We just raised it.
It didn't say to raise it, though. I think we just may have to reallocate it a bit.
It says establish a tourism hotel
Yeah,
tax.
we already have one,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, we already have it.
could earmark a portion of it.
So we can take,
Because right now, our TOT has been significantly higher than it is in the past.
right.
And
Yes.
so they have been talking about how to allocate those
Reallocation is
additional
what I
funds.
think.
This might be an option.
No, yeah.
What I was
I don't think
suggesting-
we need to.
Was the language revise the
raise it, we
tourism
just have to
hotel tax
Yeah, that's good. That's what I kind of,
to provide for revenue?
Well, I mean, because quite frankly, that industry, when you look at it, those who commute into our town in their vehicles have some responsibility as far as the greenhouse gases are concerned. So I'm not saying we're putting everything on them, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to take maybe a percentage of the 12% and apply it to this endeavor.
I don't think this is something that the planning
Yeah.
commission has any jurisdiction.
No, it's not, but I mean, this is just to appease Commissioner, Parker that, thinks we're going to raise TOT. No,
So we're just gonna strike establish and put revise and
reallocate a portion of,
reallocate.
I'm all over that. I think that's a great idea.
Reallocate would be good.
okay, so we're good with that.
Don't we already brand and market Calaveras County?
Well, that's,
But as a sustainable tourism
Not in that
destination,
way,
that is
yeah.
actually something that has been on my list of things to work on in Murphy's and to work with the Visitors Bureau on, so it's
Yeah.
perfectly up my alley.
yeah. And if we do that, there are benefits to it. If we do.
Lots of benefits.
Absolutely. People come to my place because of it.
I was gonna say with our whole
Yeah.
farm to fork
Yeah.
and winery
very,
industries.
very,
there's
very
lots of
marketable.
sustainable things going on
Looks
that
like
we're
we're-
not.
I'm sorry, looks like we're about to lose Eric. Are you gone, Eric?
Eric's gone.
Well, just his face.
We're signing off.
I'm just trying to wrangle a grumpy dog.
Happens at my house. all the time.
I've noticed, I mean, the TR6 is not quantified, so
Yeah, I think it's good.
Well, yeah, you notice that the TR6 and the TR10 and the millions are also supported. But we went back to funding the economic base, and they're supposed to be the support ones that support the TR1 through TR5, which were more of the structural change type measures. So this was to give further support to those measures that we've already discussed.
Well, I think as an aspirational thing to try to become a pilot
Yeah,
program would be,
That would be wonderful.
yeah.
Okay.
A lot of these measures here is, we were looking at the context of your county and understanding the constraints of funding. And we wanted to recognize that for any of these measures to be implemented, there's needs to be funds to pay for it. So we felt that your plan required significant emphasis in that area. We thought that when this comes up to adoption, being able to point to having clear measures on how to drive funding to pay for this stuff would be very important for the community to see.
But Eric, did you also think about sustainability? When we go pursue these grants and the money goes away, we're left with, how do we pick that up? I mean, so I think it's one thing to go ahead and pursue grants and become a pilot program, but I also think there needs to be that sustainability piece built into it.
Well, that,
Yeah,
the thing with the TOT is that
That
is
is-
ongoing funding
that
to
is
our
ongoing
Visitors
funding.
Bureau already,
Right,
so.
if that funding is being used for that purpose, to replace.
And that's part of the story that we're trying to develop. It's easier to get grant funding if you have a plan that calls for you to go get that grant funding. And then it's also easier to get grant funding if you say that the grant's not going to pay for it all, but that you have sustainable funding programs that get you part of the way. You just need the grants to close the loop on a few specific measures.
Yeah, the grant can help you start it, but you have to have a way to continue it as
You know, I
always.
guess, Michelle, I was thinking that the revenue generated from the tax could help those owners of those hotels, et cetera, put in charging stations and cover the cost of that. I mean,
It could.
I just think, you know, there could be a wide variety of uses for those funds.
I also think those are one-time funds, and
Exactly.
so, and then they pay for themselves, those charging stations.
Yeah,
There
you
is
have to pay
lots
to
of
charge,
grant
yeah.
money available
Oh,
from the
there
state
is?
right now.
Yeah.
Lots
Oh, yeah.
of programs
Oh,
that
yeah.
are helping to pay for those
Oh, yeah.
things.
Oh, yeah.
And I would imagine small businesses are pursuing that, or maybe we could be the lead and help, the county could help with that, you know, how
I
to
know.
write a grant and.
I know they were looking at some stuff last year, and I actually just talked to them about that Murphy's would like to be considered for installing some
Sure.
EV chargers in a publicly accessible parking lot, because we'd love to do that. And so I just asked them to
Perfect.
follow up on what is the
Perfect.
status of
Perfect.
that application, or was it ever done? And so I think there's lots of things out there that I'm not an expert on, but that's, I think, comes back to us identifying a person who's going to help us implement our greenhouse gas plan. You know, like with everything else we do, we need somebody who's an expert and has the time to go out and look for money.
Yeah, this whole thing is dependent upon the county finding good grant writers
Yeah, and
and getting money one way or another.
but you know, Visit California was just here, and they want to help. I mean, there is help out there because it's something for them to promote also. So I think it's a great measure and creative and a new way of looking at it. So even if it's not quantified, it gives us a direction to go that looks like we're trying to do something more. And we are trying to do something more. So anything that needs to be changed in there, can we move on to TR8?
Let's move on to TRA.
Yeah, TR8. That's an interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in number 2, the consultants have clarified that when they say "and clear," pre-zone and clear specific, I was thinking, you know, cut down the tree.
Oh, no.
No.
But they're talking, and approve, I think would.
I think they, yes, so identify areas that are not gonna face roadblocks with the planning department, with zoning and general plan issues.
But would the language pre-zone and approve? I mean, what's your thing, or make any
I
suggestions?
think maybe we could identify specific areas.
Yeah, and I think what it might mean in the context of the planning commission would be to perhaps make the discretionary review process less onerous. Maybe we list them as permitted uses rather
Exactly.
than conditional uses.
Or
so
an
that we can-
overlay or
Right,
something.
right, so that we can move from, 0 to 10 very, very quickly because of what it does for the environment.
So
That's
what-
just a thought.
And what would be the suggested language then, starting at the start of that?
I would say that identify.
I think that's enough, because then we
Yeah.
can figure
Yeah.
out what identification
Yeah.
means for us as
Yeah.
part of our
Right.
whole.
Rather than say pre-zone, yeah.
Okay,
Identify appropriate zoning designations that would allow biofuel generation facilities. And then identify for us would that we can go into how do we want to, once we understand the nuances of each specific biofuel facility, then we can determine whether or not it's something that we can do by right in a particular zone, or conditionally, or through a less.
At least recognize it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So other than the word identify, would you put
I
something else in
think what Gabriel was suggesting was identify zoning designations and or specific areas throughout the county for development of biofuel generation facilities. Because it might be that you can't say it's allowed by right on every
single.
parcel with a
Yeah.
particular zoning designation, but maybe in certain areas.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I was suggesting we put in, just to make CHIPS feel good, drawing upon the experience of CHIPS with its Wilsonville site. That's not essential.
It's not offensive to me. At least it shows that we've done it before. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I missed that, Commissioner Laddish. What was that again?
Well, it's in my suggestion.
Oh, okay.
Green at the end there.
Yeah.
And at the beginning of also paragraph number 1, establish a memorandum of understanding with CHIPS, California Healthy Impacts Products Solutions Group, PG&E, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we don't want to forget that they've been at this for a long time. Then I would think in number 7, we would want to, again, put in
Pursue
pursue
funding.
funding to create.
Yeah.
Yeah, because biofuel jobs, wow.
And I'm curious about establish a biofuel tax, because it seems like as soon as you tax that biofuel, then
Then
you're
there's no-
deterring people from using it,
Right.
when it would be better to tax something you don't want people to
Right.
do and use that tax to
That's-
prop up the biofuel
Yeah,
industry.
That's the question I raised in my. comment.
Eric, you're raising your hand.
One comment to jump out.
I have to jump off of it.
So
Thank
both
you.
of you have to jump off.
Thank you very much.
Thank
sir.
you.
You've been a great assistant.
Eric
Yes,
and Kelsey
and
as well?
Kelsey, thank you.
Potential candidates.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
both.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Emily, you too?
I was gonna say,
Might as-
Yes. Also to jump off to another meeting.
we're sorry about you two before we should grill you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
That's okay.
Thanks.
Bye.
Yeah, and actually, if we eliminate number 8, it actually should result in a greater reduction, because it will
Yeah.
develop the
Yeah,
biofuel.
I was going to suggest, and because it's not a quantitative measure, it's a
Right,
symbolic
it's not gonna
measure, so it
matter.
doesn't really,
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're going to
Yeah.
cross it
we
out.
just
We
eliminate.
don't
them.
want to add a tax, we don't have to.
Yeah,
add
that's
that.
fine. Okay,
Alrighty,
all right, and TR9, I just replaced obtaining with pursue, and I've replaced secure with pursue, because pursue has a certain magic to it about when it comes to funding.
right.
Yeah,
Okay, pursue rather than secure.
So,
Okay.
and same with TR10, pursue federal funding in the title, pursue federal funding, the very first sentence. And number 2, paragraph number 2, pursue significant federal funding.
Okay.
Wow, we're moving right along.
Yeah.
We are.
Would we want to take a 5-minute break before we get into ag?
That's what I was just going to suggest is, or should we take a lunch break?
I won't, I will be there for that.
Okay, so why don't we take a 5-minute break, come back and get as far as we
Yes.
can?
I got one question. I need like 2 minutes of your time, and I take 2 minutes of your time, and then I'll leave.
Okay, so can everybody hold it for just a few minutes? So I'm gonna open a public comment on this item.
Thank you very much.
Invite you up.
My name's David Oliver. I live at 5950 Clements Place in Valley Springs. First question is who is my county supervisor? Because the person I wrote doesn't exist in this committee, so I was mad because he wasn't.
The supervisors were the planning commission.
Planning commission, okay, same. Next thing also is the antenna that's going 60 feet from my house. Who do I talk to about that?
So this is not an opportunity to talk about things not on the agenda. It's an opportunity to talk about this.
Fine, that's fine. Like I said, 2 minutes and I'll be gone. Just tell me who I need to talk to and when I need to talk to him.
So is he in your district?
I'm District 1. So where exactly are you located? By the water tower and the?
No, I'm located at 5950 Clements Place off of Baldwin, where they're putting an antenna 60 feet from my house.
So a cell phone tower?
Yeah, you got it.
So I think he would speak to his Gabriel and you can, he's the planning director, so you just contact the planning department.
Okay, great. So that's all I need to do. I can't go to the county supervisors, or I don't need to talk to them?
Well, not yet. First, you want to talk to county staff, find out what the status of the project is, and then you can see if you need to pursue a political.
And you can reach out to Gary Toffanelli. He's
Yeah.
the supervisor of our district. I'm just the planning commission.
Okay, well, that's, this is my first time, so I'm a lot.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
It was Ben Stopper, and I guess he's not in.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's 2. Oh, yeah, you're in 2. I mean,
Might be
5.
so,
That's,
so it could be Ben Stopper.
I'm sorry, it is.
Great.
Yeah.
Let's get back to you when you write to him, so. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Just get his phone number.
Yeah.
I called him, no reply.
Oh, well.
Okay, now we're fine.
Glad we could help. Did we do that? Didn't do general, they weren't here yet, when we did it. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break now. Everybody run. All right, perfect time.
There she is.
There you are.
Sustenance. Okay.
Mike, you were saying?
No, I just appreciate the approach that we are taking and recognizing that the unique nature of Calaveras County as we develop this plan. And I appreciate all the input and support that this plan is receiving from the commissioners. So I want to thank you folks.
And you?
Yeah. Everybody. It's a challenging
It is a
little
challenge.
project.
Yes.
Seems like I've had a couple years of those now.
Yeah.
All right, measure AG1.
AG1.
So now we have folks who are going to want to weigh in on this one.
Well, let me start with the easy
Yes.
part, and that is to, I'm suggesting pursue funding to increase. But with that, and I point out that this sort of goal, the 30% goal, reduced by 30%, we don't have in here any specific thing saying, drop your cattle, or, requirement bans, or specific requirements on individuals.
I also think that this is a place where if we can get the sequestration thing sort of sorted out, we might be able to achieve this goal more easily if we're just managing things to maximize sequestration potential. And I have seen things like that in other plans, so.
But number 2, for example, every rancher, anybody is going to utilize their ground to the best of its ability. And if you don't rotate your cows or whatever animals you have on that,
you have weeds,
Yeah.
nothing but bad.
So we don't have an objection to it.
No, I'm reading this, I'm not seeing anything that I don't already do.
Right.
So,
Right, because we took out a lot of the things that were
Kelly was,
inappropriate.
okay, sure.
Yeah, well, we're talking about rangeland where we have so much acreage per cow
Right, yeah.
compared to the kinds of
Right.
facilities that they were talking about. It's
Right.
like, really? Are you going to rake up your manure? That's
Yeah, well,
like the project.
Well, that,
for 300 acres a day. I wouldn't-
So
So,
any,
no, I'm good.
I haven't seen
Okay.
anything on that.
I think we're good with it.
We've already knocked out a lot of that stuff.
yeah.
and again, when I have in coordination with appropriate agencies and officials, pursue funding to,
Okay, yeah.
at the beginning. Then it's kind of nice that it's just us right now. We're going to deal with the dairy farms and feedlots.
Yeah.
They, just as history, the consultants have explained several times
Right.
just why it's okay to list 6,143 feedlot heifers, excuse me, and a certain number of dairy cows in their inventory because, and that's where I tune out, or not tune out, I try to tune in with her because it makes no sense to me. And whether San Francisco is also labeled as having dairy farms and feedlots, I don't know. But it just, my suggestion here is since they're providing or conduct a detailed countywide inventory of livestock and manure management practices, et cetera. I
Right.
think that's a good place for me
To start.
to add in this tracking, ensure that no GHG emissions are attributed currently to non-existent dairy farms and feedlots.
I don't know. Because they are attributing some currently, it'll be much easier to reduce them in actuality.
Well, yeah, but
I think maybe we just need to make clear that these things would apply to more intensive livestock operations, should they occur in the county. We don't currently have any, but
it's, the thing is that they have
yes,
6,143 feedlot heifers in the inventory, but it really doesn't matter. That's,
Yeah, and that's the bottom.
exactly.
Yeah.
and they don't seem to be able to take them out. And as
They
you
can't
say,
because they're in our baseline.
well,
Yeah.
but I mean,
Yeah.
so, but if they're in there for our baseline, why can't we have them eliminated?
Exactly.
Their execution.
Well, I think.
No, they can't. I mean, it's
Well, they're going to continue to project out whatever we do. So that we did talk about this, that the only way that we could change that was to create an ordinance that limits feedlots and dairy farms, but we decided we didn't want to ban anything. But we could create an ordinance with mitigating measures for any new feedlots or dairy farms, and it seems like that would be quantifiable.
Biogas or something.
Sure.
And wouldn't we want to do that anyway? I mean, that's realistically.
It would be advantageous for any feedlots to have something like
That's right. I mean, I think it's almost a requirement if you open up a dairy, right?
anymore, probably.
Sure.
yeah.
I mean, with all the rules and
Doesn't
regulations
hurt to
associated
have
with
So
it.
instead of my suggested sentence, what would it be?
Create an ordinance applying GHG reduction measures to any new feedlot, which might not be the right term, dairy farm, or similar operation which would include blah, blah, blah.
This replaces, which one?
I don't, I've just put it mine at the
General,
top,
yeah,
but it's a general
That's
comment.
what I was doing as well.
And I think we still could conduct an inventory. I mean, that's going to show that we don't have it.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And then you can implement a program for local farmers to purchase poultry manure. We
Is that
don't do,
like wine growers would use? I mean,
but this is
I
for, but it's for pasture and crops, yeah.
yeah, it's
Yeah, so I think having these things there is not,
Doesn't harm.
no.
no.
It isn't requiring anybody to.
Yeah, that's the
No.
only thing I don't.
That's what I've been looking at, and I
Yeah,
think
that's
what
what
I
I'm
just said,
looking at, too.
30% reduction, well, that's great, and we've got the numbers.
Yeah, and so our Farm Bureau could provide assistance to farmers regarding how to apply for financial assistance. There doesn't seem to be anything objectionable
We've
here.
already,
And I
we've already
would,
beat this one up pretty good when Kelly was here.
Yeah.
again, I'd
But it-
have pursue instead of utilize, and starting number 3.
Well, just utilize the guidance. Oh,
Pursuing number 3, how about number 6?
that's the one he's,
Well, number 4, investigate and pursue
Apply.
funding sources instead of apply for.
Oh,
okay, that,
Don't ask me why pursue is magic, but they told us earlier that it was.
okay.
It
Number
sounds-
6, you want to,
I think that one's probably fine.
there it is. Okay, and I had nothing.
Yeah, I just think if we put the ordinance in there, they may be able to quantify it a little higher because it would actually do something to stop. So maybe we could gain back a tiny bit of something there. There's not a whole lot.
And where would that sentence be? I like.
I don't know, would it be a separate measure,
I think so.
new measure?
I think that'll be, well, if you want to put it as 8, so we don't have to change the numbers and everything else.
Okay, new 8.
And is that your create an ordinance? Is that?
Yes,
Yeah,
create
okay,
an
yeah.
ordinance.
So, we go to AB3?
Yes.
I guess this is the one that I have probably the most
Me too.
problem with. You know, I did some research and the methane turns into CO2 and it stays in the atmosphere for 10 years. And, you know, plants absorb the CO2 and, you know, what they're talking about, the supplement they're talking about is seaweed. You know, you know, right now the research I did showed that there are 2 alternatives. If you can get your cows to eat seaweed or some kind of supplement that has that in it, that reduces the methane gas, or they can reduce it genetically. So some cows aren't producing as much methane gas through genetics. But, you know, and then here's, you know, an article from Ag Alert from August 2nd that, you know, this farmer, just the caption reads, cattle graze pastures belonging to the Gamble family farm in Napa County, concerned about wildfires. The Gamble family leases the land surrounding its vineyards, 2 houses, and nearby wineries to a local farmer and rancher for grazing and managing the land. I mean, so, I mean, you look at the pluses and the minuses, you know, cows, you know, we talk about fires and the danger that fires do, but you can see what happens when the ground isn't grazed, you know? So I don't, and this is, you're gonna tell me, Michelle, this isn't a big number, but it just kind of speaks politically, just like the heavy equipment did, you know, what that TR5, that, sometimes things are just, they're just what they are, you know, and but the benefits kind of outlay the harm, I think, in some ways.
The gorgeous thing is that they have a 20% figure here, and I don't see where it restricts ranchers in any way. It seems to me this is aimed more at feedlots.
Just kind
You're
of,
talking about feed requirements and this sort of thing.
But I don't think, my concern when I read it, it was like, if this passes, you know, is there going to be a mandate that we provide supplements to our cows and at an additional
No.
cost?
I don't see
I don't
that.
see
It
that.
doesn't state it in here, but
it could, but we would have to vote on that.
Yeah, I mean,
We would have to vote
you're not gonna get the ranchers on the Board of Supervisors to vote for that. And, you know, I don't see the threat
What
here.
if instead of implementing grassland management strategies, we could investigate or explore?
perfect. Okay, I'm okay with that.
Implementation sounds a little forced.
I would say, even say appropriate to whatever rangeland intensities in Calaveras County, because that's where we seem to fall apart, is our stuff is so spread out.
Yeah. I mean, we do more grazing than anything else, really. I mean,
Yeah.
it's-
Oh, yeah, I mean,
Or-
all this stuff about feed, I mean, your feed is the grass.
Is the
It's a grass, yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Which reduces
That-
fire.
It reduces fire, exactly.
Right,
I just, I
More
don't,
than cow farts.
absolutely.
And what I don't know, and I didn't do any research, but it's interesting, I just wonder whether or not it takes longer for a cow to digest green grass than it does dry.
yeah,
Dry
I
feed.
wonder about that.
You know, I mean, so it may,
No, I think it might be the other way.
you think it takes more to digest dry?
Well, I think with most animals, green grass tends to run through a lot faster than,
Until they learn how.
that's my thought.
So I mean, it just, okay, I'm okay.
I suggest
So
that we replace implement with promulgate. Spreading it out there just like you spread other things out there.
Promulgate,
Hear that?
nice word.
Implement.
Just think if we define these as being appropriate to the livestock intensity or populations here in Calaveras County,
Yeah.
that will, all of a sudden, all of these things, we can investigate them, we can look into them, we can see what, but it's going to turn out that most of these are not appropriate to our.
Right, well, we still get the benefit of
Yeah, but-
700 metric tons.
That's right.
I mean, we get the points, but we don't
gotta
have
have
to do
that.
anything about it.
We gotta have that.
Right,
So
so
where
I
would,
think,
where would you put that?
And, you know,
I put it right in the top, like
Yeah, I-
investigate or promulgate for livestock intensities common in Calaveras County. I'm sure there's a better word for that. Densities. I don't know. But I remember we talked about this during the general plan because the and also we do it all the time when we, do the Williamson Act, you know, they tell us how many acres
Oh, they
per
do.
cow and all
Yeah.
of this. And I always think, well, how could any of these management practices actually apply?
sometimes it takes 20 plus acres for a cow.
Exactly.
Depending on the amount of
Especially
feed.
up here.
Yeah.
So I think if we can find the right wording for that, which,
How about promulgate, comma, appropriate for Calaveras grazing, grassland management, blah, blah, blah.
yeah, that's fine. And I think that just the whole concept works through everything, right?
Yeah, we just don't want to do anything to,
We don't
Lose
want
our
to change the
20%.
number, right?
No.
okay?
But if there's no real benefit, we're not going to be doing it, so.
Your mic's still on.
No, I mean, you're not going to do something that says this is, when you have 5 cows per
No,
acre,
no.
this is the appropriate thing. And the appropriate thing for 1 cow per 20 acres is something different.
It almost is that they took a cookie cutter and and thinking feedlot
Right.
and dairies and said, okay, that's going to apply to us.
Yes, right.
And it doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I've been reading so many great articles about methane digesters and how they're actually making money for the farms. But when you look at the farms, they are farms. You know, they're a barn with animals in it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Solid waste.
So solid waste.
We spent so much time on this and has so little.
Yes.
impact.
Hey, but the margin, I mean.
It's a
when-
margin.
If you calculate out all the reductions and stuff and what we need to do to reach the 40%, we're within 232, I think, metric tons
Yeah,
of the line. You know, we just succeed.
right.
So we've got to keep what we have. Anyhow, SW1, I raised the question of down in about 2/3 down, right after the site to COS2E. Programs may also include investigating and incentivizing community composting. And I raised what they mean by that. Their answer, I think, would be.
We gave it to them. That's our wording.
Yeah, we
Well,
talked about.
We developed that, and it was that we were
Yeah.
saying that you could have a cooperative.
Yeah.
Right.
Community level compost pile in a suburban thing because,
If we just put in so that nobody asks, community composting by individuals or organizations, then nobody's gonna think, oh, you're talking about Angels Camp or, you know.
right, or
Townships.
neighborhood composting or something like that.
Yeah, I think.
Whatever,
By composting by individuals or organizations, I think,
that's fine.
does it,
I'm fine with that.
keeping the word community in there.
Where specifically, line I'm looking for
Oh, I'm sorry.
after?
Do you have? do
It's
you
on
have
his
my-
pink.
Oh,
stuff.
on your pic, okay, I'll find it.
Word, the community is highlighted,
Yeah.
the word. And the, okay. And,
It's like a community garden. It's the same
Yeah,
concept.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it's just that it can be a word of art. Okay, measure SW2. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Since the
Seemed
body.
good to me.
The body of it talks about putting more in Rock Creek from other landfills. So I'd say the title needs to be changed, so it's diversions to Rock Creek landfill.
Yeah, and maybe not just from forward. I
Well,
don't,
that's, yeah, no, what I mean, take out from
Yeah.
forward and just have diversions to Rock Creek landfill.
or, well, especially since now we're talking about an expansion of it.
And are we ready for SW3?
I think so.
Well,
Good to me.
my favorite language, the county will pursue funding to continue to manage Rock Creek landfill.
Really? We're already doing it. That seems
Yeah.
like that might be just,
That too much? Okay.
because they have to do it anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
Yeah.
fine.
But I do like that you're very consistent.
Well, I just don't want I don't want this to bankrupt the county, you know, I was being very sensitive to that.
Yeah.
Okay, now, if we're on to W1,
Oh, yeah, now we're in my zone again.
okay. So we asked them to put major PF-2, 2E in. They had a response saying, oh, no, that applies to Angels Camp, is the way I understood their
Yeah,
response.
I didn't understand the
And-
response.
Which of course doesn't make any sense because PF-2G can only apply to the non-incorporated county. So I'm putting it back in.
Okay.
And that's basically what this green is.
okay.
And I'm adding, so it doesn't get confusing, I'm adding numbers to each of the references to the implementation measures.
Okay.
So if you can look at what, I think it just makes more sense of what I'm doing. Now, the last sentence, or second to the last sentence, I did say, with funding, I should have said, pursue funding for the county to work with. If you think that that's redundant, that's fine.
Where are you?
Oh, second to last sentence in W1.
We're still on one.
Yeah,
Okay, great.
I had with funding.
Yeah,
but
I
that's
see it.
Terrible, terrible. You have to pursue funding for the county to work with.
Michelle, isn't that part of the new building code where you have to collect your gray water now in a separate system?
No, great. It's not required at this time.
Okay.
There are some accommodations for ways you can do it, but the official way to do it is a pretty involved.
Oh, it is. Or you couldn't just have like 2 septic tanks and just.
Well, you have to dual plumb everything.
Yeah, you do, don't you?
Yeah.
At least you
So
have to
you
divert
can't-
it from some
You
point.
can't just divert a sink or
Yeah,
there are.
because shower,
Yeah.
no.
There's a bunch of things though coming to us. I'm sure we're going to have to start doing some
Do
things,
something with
but
gray
right
water.
now that's not required.
Isn't it nice to have a good architect on this?
I'm telling you.
But you know, there's rainwater capture, there's
Sure.
other things besides gray water.
Right.
And we're not talking about those other things.
Exactly.
Okay, how about W2?
So,
Since this goes to your earlier.
yeah, so to me, this one is, the low flow water use fixtures are already required.
Yes.
So there's no reason to have this, but if we wanted to pursue or replace this measure with pursuing a plumbing related reach code, there are other things that can be done to reduce water use, which is like requiring short distances from the water, from a water heater to a shower, and you can, so it's called compact plumbing design. You can size your lines appropriately so that they're not oversized. There are other measures possible, but low flow water use fixtures is not a solution. And I actually looked up what the state, and the state's not even saying that this is a reach code item. They are saying these other kinds of plumbing measures are reasonable reach code items. So I would be happy to look up some of that language and see if I can come up with a replacement measure here.
Good, because I was just eliminating that part of it and just said the county will require design plans on new development projects to include water saving features.
Yeah, most of the opportunity is really in irrigation.
Okay, that's great. If you can come up with, I mean, the way it is makes absolutely no sense. And you probably can't buy something.
Well, you
that's
could,
more-
yeah. So right now, the requirement for a typical faucet is 0.5 gallons per minute. That is barely enough to trigger a tankless water heater to come on.
That's true.
So it's just not a place to reduce.
Yeah. Okay.
There are,
We're gonna pursue.
there is another piece that has to do with, right now, the code has a limitation on how much water can be used in a shower. And it's supposed to be divided between all the shower heads in the shower, which is not enforced. Because it would leave you with shower heads drizzling if you had dual or, people that have body sprays. I think we want to stay away from that one.
Yeah. Good, okay, but
This is the last one, and you're gonna pursue some financing, I'm guessing.
you're absolutely
Yes.
right. Yeah, instead of
Figuring you out.
pursue funding to conduct. And that's really,
So are we in conserve and preserve?
yeah,
Okay.
So find out.
So we want to try to put something else in here, I think. Yes.
well, they're
So
saying
pursue funding to,
conduct a carbon sequestration feasibility study.
Yes, yes. And then we would like to quantify what we can do
Well,
with it.
yeah,
I'm gonna do a little research on this one.
okay. Now, my main suggestion
I know.
is adding a paragraph 7, which is language that the planning commission in its previous
Oh, yeah, I wrote all over this one.
we asked for this to be included, and I think they just lost it in the process. But it's something that was suggested by the public, and we got it in there, and they didn't list it. And at that time, we said something about land, that this would come under land use because they didn't have anything for sequestration. So you see where on my suggested paragraph 7?
Haven't even
Page
got to paragraph
26.
7 yet. Okay, I see it here.
That's it.
It's here.
So that is language that has been previously approved by the planning commission.
Yeah, that's fine. So add 7. So I have a comment here on 5.
Okay. And
But
that is
my-
really a quote from COS 5M.
Item 5 is? No,
Yeah.
your addition.
Wait a minute. Where are we?
I'm
Item 5 in COS 1?
looking under CS1, preserve national, this doesn't even make sense. This is like out of sequence here somewhere. SW3.
Look at mine.
Yeah, I just need to look at this one. 5 in accordance with California general plan. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And then,
I was just going to say, some of the things that I'm looking at here
Yeah,
looks like what would come out of our Oak Woodlands ordinance when it comes before the planning commission. Conservation of Oak
well,
Woodlands.
definitely, sequestration
Mitigation,
is a part of it.
except that their mitigation ratio is much lower than what the HAC might be recommending. Because we're looking under the major heading of preservation and conservation of natural lands.
yeah.
So Oak Woodlands would fall into that category
Yeah.
very easily.
Isn't that included
Mm-hmm.
in the general, very general language? It certainly
Yeah,
is a part of it,
yeah, yeah. So we may already accomplish this, and the Oak Woodlands. Can I?
I mean,
In general.
you can talk about it to the extent it relates to what's on the
Right,
agenda. I have they're still working on a draft. The committee is still working on a draft.
Well, so
And it
why,
hasn't been vetted or anything.
so can't we put in here, adopt
In Oak Woodlands.
an Oak
yeah.
Woodlands ordinance?
Yeah.
In that, well, and you might want to just cite back to that general.
Exactly.
the general
General
plan.
plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we add that?
Right.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Okay, shall we just
Is
make
it, we
it,
added as a bullet to number 5, or is it
No, I thought-
standalone?
put it,
For
put it
number
in-
7?
Put it in, no, we've added a 7, so I'd add an 8.
So adopt an Oak Woodland ordinance in
Ordinance.
conformance with whatever that implementation measure.
Yes.
That's wonderful, since we haven't adopted it yet.
So it's 8, no, 9. What's
Oh, I
that
think it's
number?
8.
7, 8.
Oh, because here's 7.
And what was the language after that, Julie? Adopt an Oak
In
Woodlands?
conformance with, and I don't remember
General
what,
plan.
general plan
Accordance with the
implementation measure, I don't
GP.
remember what it was.
Blah, blah, blah.
I'd say, let's just say, adopt a Oak Woodlands ordinance. I mean,
Okay.
that would do it.
Well, the thing is, we can't do any old one because we committed to following a particular, I think it's the general plan cited to a particular law, and we can go beyond it, but it can't be instead of what we wanted to do with the general plan.
So what are you suggesting?
So I'm confused in 5. It says, in accordance with Calaveras County General Plan, to residential projects requiring discretionary approval. And then the 4th bullet down is new and renovated county facilities. It's like in the wrong section.
It sounds wrong.
Yeah.
Let me look at the.
Yeah, because it goes from residential to, yes.
Let me see where COS 5 M cuts out.
Like it needs its
Good-
own bullet,
Good eye,
maybe.
yeah, that just doesn't seem to. No, it's right in COS 5M. The COS 5M is interim greenhouse gas reduction measures until such time
No,
as.
no, I'm in here.
I'm reading COS
But
5M.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about 5 here.
Bullet 4.
COS 5M, apply the following measures. That's all fine.
It's.
So I guess they mixed
COS
them all
5M.
up. I got it. I
5M
see.
Includes.
Yeah.
Includes
bullet
that.
4.
But it
Yeah.
says residential projects
Yeah.
in this header.
Well, whoever-
We need to
Section.
take, yes.
The following measures to residential and
Or just, can we just take it out, just fall, and just
or to
cross
just
out?
new projects. But it's discretionary approval and subject to CEQA and to all new county construction projects. It's all just a mishmash.
See, that's what it is. That is.
Almost seems like it should be under energy, because I don't see anything in here that
Yes, it
relates to
belongs in
actual
energy.
plans.
It belongs in
It is
energy, and it can still reference COS 5M,
Right.
but it's not in the right section.
So we're gonna move it.
Move to energy.
And so if we move it to energy, then we're gonna change that header then, right? Because it's no longer a county project, it's just residential.
Well, COS 5M,
Applies to.
as messed up as it is messed up in exactly the way that this is messed up.
Yes, but we can still move this to the energy section
Yeah.
of the measures and still cite COS 5M.
And in fact, that would help
But-
us in our quantification.
Well, hopefully, and then everything else only applies to
So,
residential projects.
so wouldn't you cross out "and to all new county construction projects" then? Because you're really.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was.
Okay.
But we then should put in go bullet point by bullet point. The first one, parks and open space, et cetera, et cetera. Sequestration, that's clearly here. And pedestrian access,
You know what? Yeah.
that really, what,
The other two things actually have to do with transportation.
yeah, yeah. I hesitate to take anything
You know
out.
what happened here? Remember, we recommended a land use and planning
Yes.
category, and they
Right.
said they didn't need it, and they put it in conservation.
Yeah,
But these are land use and planning things, and they're,
just the first part, first one is. So instead of putting in the body of COS 5M, we would cite it and do the first bullet point, right? But that's really the only one that has to do with carbon sequestration.
yes, exactly. So the
So-
2 and 3 really belong elsewhere.
Okay, so,
They belong in transportation, I think, because that's where they would be quantified.
uh-huh.
This is,
And the last bullet point would go to
energy.
energy, if it isn't already covered.
If we read this much longer, we're gonna drive ourselves crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything else seems okay though.
What did we do for 7, by the way? I have 8,
Is that-
but I missed
I think we'll-
7.
Well, was my suggested
The add.
addition that we had already approved,
Okay. Did you-
apply for grants from the California Strategic Growth Council?
Okay, apply for
Yeah.
grants. It's in your handout.
Yeah,
Cool.
Previously approved, right?
yeah. I mean, we could disapprove, but
No, we don't want to. Okay, are we ready for CS2? Apply compost.
oh, and they did correct themselves. I asked, gee, it's really coincidental that if you apply 863 tons of compost
Yeah.
to land areas where you get the benefit of 863 metric tons.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that was funny too.
They've corrected, so the first number, applied 863 tons, should be applied 3,754 tons.
Oh,
Of compost to land areas throughout the county.
So is it applying 3,754 metric tons of
No,
compost?
not metric, not
Oh,
metric.
tons. Okay.
yeah,
Just replace
tons.
Okay.
863 with 3,754.
But the 863 metric tons stays, it's the
Well, it's the first,
3,754.
it's the
Yes.
first line.
Okay,
So applying 863 tons
right.
is 3,754. And the 863 just appears in the
In the bottom.
bottom, yeah. Okay. And then I raised the question with them about what do they mean by municipal, let's see, start of the top of the next page. End of number 1. What do they mean by municipal? If we substitute county government organic waste for municipal organic waste, it would seem to satisfy. And then in the next line where they talk about and community green spaces, you just community, and then in parentheses, non-county government, close parentheses, green spaces. Everybody with me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Then in number 4, I was asking, well, what procurers are you talking about? Sounds illicit. So instead of procurers, you could put in private purchasers slant users of compost. That's who they're talking about.
Why private? Why not just users?
The private purchasers slant users.
As opposed to public?
Yeah, that's what they're talking about. Let's see, I can give you their specific answer. Whoops, wrong. So many things with the Rincon.
Just double checking that you want to limit it to private procurers as opposed to other government.
Yeah, this is what they said. Procurers of compost refers to organizations or businesses, rangelands, farms, etc., who purchase compost and apply it to their lands.
Right, but why would they have to be private necessarily instead of a government or, I just thought.
I
you
think
might be
they talked
artificially-
about government in the first one, now they're trying to talk about private landowners. I don't know why
Okay, never
we're
mind.
building partnerships with them.
They're talking about organizations or businesses. I shortened that to private.
Mhm. I don't,
And exactly who's conducting the ongoing
we
meeting?
just procure some funds to conduct a study to determine areas. It doesn't matter who else is involved. I mean, we can involve anybody we wish.
Yeah.
Right?
So what would you suggest?
So 3, and just saying instead of in collaboration with local, just procure funds to conduct a study to determine or pursue or,
Pursue funds.
yeah,
If you say procure, well, then you're
Right.
committed to procure it.
yes, pursue funding to conduct a study.
Okay.
You might want to do that with partners because you're going to identify private land and they may not want to do that, but
Well, that's in collaboration with local,
yeah.
maybe we want to say organizations and individuals.
I think it's fine.
I think it's fine that way.
Yeah.
Okay, but then we were back on 4 in our procurers. Are we done with that?
Work with local organizations and academic institutions to conduct ongoing outreach to procurers of
Yeah, and
compost.
that's where,
To monitor soil carbon sequestration. So they're trying to monitor if it's working or not.
but that's replacing procurers with private purchasers, land users, whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. Or to all purchasers of compost.
I mean, sure. All purchasers?
And they have to be purchasers. They could use their own compost. Don't we just want to know?
Users.
Yeah, users.
Ongoing rate outreach. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's just do users. The users of compost.
I don't like users, but that's okay. It sounds.
Spreaders.
Yes, exactly. It's okay. We can work
Okay,
on that.
users. I think it's fine.
It's clear.
Yeah. Okay. There we are.
I want to explore the partnership with the accredited carbon credit verifiers.
Oh, yeah.
Who are they?
Oh, I've got their card right here.
Okay.
You'll ask them that.
So I think we're done.
Yes.
Or if we're done, or we're just starting.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
So is there anything we didn't talk about that any of you guys had on your list? Like I had a couple ideas here of things that might be able to be added under energy use. I thought, if we wanted to do something in the decarbonization realm, we could have a REACH code that required projects that continue to utilize gas appliances and equipment to exceed the energy code requirements by some percentage, like 5%. They have to be more efficient than something that is 100% electric. It's kind of built into the code already, or at least it's heading that direction. So we may not need to do anything, then 3 years from now, that's going to be a requirement anyway.
I kind of like your last comment.
Yeah, but I mean, if rather than outlawing it, it's a way to allow people to continue to use gas. And it's something that I've seen other places have done. I think we've talked about everything else that I had in here. I have no
Right.
idea what expertise means. It's just a random thought. Somebody should have expertise.
But as your first comments, I must admit, I kind of tuned out.
Well, it's just, we're talking about preventing people from using gas equipment and appliances, and I'm just saying, we could instead just have an amendment to our codes that allows people to use gas, but their overall energy efficiency for their project would have to be increased.
So you mean,
They are
New
they are
construction?
5% more energy efficient.
Sure.
Yeah. It might get taken care of by the building and energy code anyway, 3 years from now. Because every 3 years we get a new code. So
I'd say that's,
we could leave it out if it's not going to buy us anything, and it's just going to be outdated in 3 years. That's how I feel about a lot of this.
what do you see people still putting in propane systems and things?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All the time, even in places where it is not to their benefit. It's usually a result of contractors who are more comfortable with it, and homeowners who just believe that somehow it's better. But a reasonable reason to still be using propane is second homeowners who want to use a tankless water heater, and there is no electric tankless water heater that can provide the performance for a whole house right now.
There's very little propane.
Yeah, so tankless water heaters are really super efficient, especially when they're not being used except a few days a month.
That's right. That's right. They're all.
Yeah, so that's a reason that you would still put them in, but that you might, if the county wanted to say, yes, you can still do that because it does make sense, but you need to offset that by your entire project being more efficient than the minimum.
Because if you have that water here just standing there idle, producing heat,
Yeah.
using electricity, and you're not even there.
Not even just to keep it warm.
Tankless is the only way to go. I have no-
Exactly. And hopefully we'll have electric tankless water heaters that
Speedy.
do a better job than the current ones, because you can only really use the very small ones that don't have any line losses, because you put them right next
The
to where they're
instant,
being
yeah.
used, so they're
Yeah.
great for a hand wash.
Hand wash station.
thing. Or even an ADU, you can get enough water out of them for a very tiny.
so our plan is to put this on the calendar for the second Thursday in
September.
September.
The second one, second Thursday,
The
first
second
meeting.
Thursday, yeah.
First meeting, second.
And,
So that's
And to have a kind of organized list that consolidates all of our discussion.
yeah, now,
You got
So-
most of it started
I've
there.
got, but I was kind of doing that to back up Gabriel, so do you want to give us provide us with something, not necessarily just the Thursday before, whatever,
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
of what you found, and we can
Yeah.
make some tidbits about that. Thank you.
Right, if we could get the summary in advance, then we could fill in where you're saying, you guys said you'd do this.
Yeah. So my understanding is if we can get the measures taken care of, then there will be some sort of glossy thing with an executive summary and et cetera, and implementation and all that stuff that we haven't seen yet. We will then have to approve.
And that's the one the CEQA document is going to be developed for.
I'm sorry,
A CEQA document is going to be developed for the.
for the plan.
And that becomes the plan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the whole thing. Okay. Well,
I saw this flyer, I think it was Marin counties, and it had what you can do to help that was for just the public. And it was just one page with a little graphic for each item. So it was divided in the same basic categories that we have. And then it had like maybe 3 or 4 bullet points for each one, just saying, consolidate your trips, buy an electric vehicle, consider composting under a different category. But they were very simple, and it was kind of eye-catching, but it seemed like a good thing because it kind of gave people a way this is how you can engage in it and do your part instead of looking at this as being a plan that we're going to impose on you. It was like a voluntary thing.
Right.
Exactly.
Always a good idea.
Yeah, because that's what this is going to feel like if we can't sell it,
Right.
and if it doesn't feel like it's going to meet the needs of the community. And I think we live in a very conservative community, and you saw that with COVID, the resistance to the implementation of some of the things that the governor was asking. So, and again, I appreciate the fact that we took that into consideration. But I think selling this is going to be huge now.
Right. Everybody will find something to like and something not to like.
Well, you know what? And maybe that's okay. I mean, if everybody does something, that's better than what we currently have. So,
It's all just a wish listing.
yeah.
I think the trick is always with anything, like when I suggest things to my clients, I don't say, you can save the world by doing this, or you can make the governor happy. I say, this can make your home more comfortable, less expensive to maintain, more enjoyable, and it's going to benefit you in the long run.
Right.
It's really, it needs to be both self-serving and beneficial to the community as a whole.
I think, and we talked about it earlier, I think what this plan doesn't address is the waste associated with electrification and all of that. And what are we going to be doing long-term to our environment? Along with mining the material, the chemicals needed and the minerals needed for batteries and things. So
Exactly. It's like any good
it is.
step has
I know.
the challenges associated with it until the next thing comes along, which is why we want to be prepared to be flexible and adopt new things once we figure out what the downsides of them are, because there's all the unintended consequences.
And I just want to say how I appreciate how much attention that the other commissioners are giving to this, because really, when you look at the big picture, this is a very important thing we're doing. And you're right, we need to sell it, but it's what we can do to help the world right now.
Too onerous.
But I wonder, why don't they mention like hybrid? I mean, hybrid to me seems like a viable alternative. It's electric and it's gas and because everything I hear about people who have electric vehicles, I always hear the horror stories.
Generators in their trunk.
Yeah, or whatever. I mean,
So I have a lot of friends and clients with electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles, and the people with electric vehicles are very happy with them in general. You hear those stories on the side of the road, but in general, people are very happy with them.
I would think.
But they understand the limitations of them.
Yeah, it's probably a lot more planning.
I can tell you.
It's a lot more planning on their part.
Yes,
It's interesting. Where you would think there would be chargers. When we stay in Bodega Bay, we always stay for 35 years, we've always rented a house on the golf course because our kids were little. Long story short, you'd think there'd be a charger in that garage.
You would think so.
You would think so, but there wasn't. So it's just as interesting how long it's going to take to catch on.
Charge your cars, what that was.
That's exactly right. I never even thought of
They
that.
had a dollar collector on there, they would be.
Yeah, I never even thought of that.
Put your credit card in there and you can pay
Sure.
them.
Or they charge you more because you have a lesser vehicle.
They should.
Yeah. Huh.
It's just like anything, coming up with the upfront cost
Yeah, they're not
for a long-term benefit is sometimes hard for somebody.
to justify.
Yeah.
Yep.
But anyway, I think we have commissioner reports.
Yes, we do.
I don't have a report.
I have nothing.
And I even have nothing.
Neither do I. So there we go.
But I'm sure our planning director has something to report.
Well, Madam Chair, we did not approve any TUPs or anything of that nature between the last Planning Commission meeting and this meeting. However, coming to you in the very near future would be some appeals to staff decisions on zoning questions. So I'm just I can't get into the details at this particular time, but I don't want it to surprise when you see that they're appealing staff's decision on something.
Meetings.
Yes. And that,
And do we have a second meeting this month?
I think we do. I think there might be one project coming forward. Annette, do we know?
We do not.
We do not.
do not.
Okay.
We do not.
All
We
right.
do not.
Oh,
Okay, because if
Just
we
go-
did, we would have gotten all the notices done already.
Correct.
Okay.
And I did not receive any notice of any numbers.
And then all of the Wednesdays have been calendared, and you suggest that we calendar them for a full day for the,
I would recommend that. You're here anyway, you might as well go as long as you can to shorten that length of time it's going to take to go through the zoning code update. But it's primarily up to the commission how long of the days that they want to go for. That's what we did with the general plan, and it seemed to work.
and so Gabriel, will we be receiving a packet of the suggested changes? I mean, I'm assuming
in chunks.
in chunks.
Yeah, because I mean,
Okay.
it's a huge undertaking.
Yeah, huh.
I need an undertaker. So the next, the meeting that we're gonna have the greenhouse gas on the next one.
Yeah.
That's gonna be for us to get our act together of what we're telling the consultants. So we're not
Yes.
gonna expect.
We
to
don't
hear from our
expect to see them.
consultants.
No.
So just some clear, so I can tell the board what the next steps are, because I think they were expecting initially or hoping for just a single additional planning commission meeting. The goal is to have finalize what you're having the consultants do, and then the consultants will put that in and bring it directly to the board. Is that what we're doing?
No, because we haven't seen the whole body of the
Yeah, we
greenhouse
still
gas
haven't
reduction
actually-
plan. All we've done until the major.
No, but I thought that there was a goal of having the measures approved by the board before going. I need to clarify.
Oh,
I don't know.
Is that what you guys are? That makes sense.
Just so that we have the buy-in to.
Before they spend the effort to
Right.
put a whole.
So I just want to get us, so I just want to know when I can tell them we're going to go to the board, one more meeting, and then we would be going to the board
I hope
with
so.
just the
I would hope
measures?
So.
Okay,
But we may get feedback from the consultants that, oh, this measure won't fly, what you're doing here won't
Okay.
work. But I think it might be very helpful if they go to the board, because the board itself can say,
Yeah.
you figure out some way to do sequestration, modification.
Well-
Because I think there will be a major push on that.
So I think sending the measures to the board, even if they have comments from the consultants saying that they're not sure they can quantify something, we would have the board feedback about whether it's worth them trying to put that effort in or
Right.
not.
And another option might be to have a joint meeting with the board so that your issues can be discussed at the same time. That's an option to save time rather than having, two planning commission meetings. So we're going to have this meeting in September, and then we might want to come back again, or we go directly to the board. If we do go to the board, can that be a joint meeting between the board and the planning commission, so that you still have input even at the board stage?
That
We
might,
haven't done that in a long
no,
time.
but that might be good, because, I mean, the board will have questions.
Absolutely, then we can tell them the rationale behind some of
Yeah.
the recommendations that the planning commission made.
So the idea that everybody wants is we'll have one more meeting, give final direction to the consultant, check in with the CEO and whoever else about feasibility of having a joint meeting on the final set of measures.
Measure.
Okay,
And will the consultant be there for that?
I don't know. I think
That is their one last, yeah, that is on their contract to have that one last meeting.
And I guess I'm just asking for verification, Gabriel. I thought, but I'm not 100% sure, that when they said that one last meeting with the board, that would be at the stage of the measures. And then there might be a whole other stage later on for the final plan. But I was asking, I'm not,
I
I
can
don't
see.
It seems to me
We
if there's only one meeting with the consultants and the board, it should be when everything's been put together.
Exactly.
You
I
know,
agree.
and that this, I think, a joint meeting of us with the board would probably be very good as far as, well, this is what we're hearing from the consultants, and this is what we want to do, and that sort of thing.
okay. So
and so-
one more planning commission meeting and then possibly a meeting with a joint meeting, if that could be arranged.
If they want it, yeah.
It's just, we would need to know how much time the consultants need to digest what we send them and put it. And then it still might not come back perfect, but it won't matter because we'll be there.
Yeah, I mean,
But
I
but
think.
we're not going
Ron-
to send anything to the consultants until the board has looked at what we're going to send to the consultants.
No, I think that they're talking about us sending our comments back to the consultants. They will go ahead and ripple them through.
And then we'll have a
They'll
joint
have a
meeting.
packet to go
Okay.
back to us and the board together.
Uh-huh, okay. Yeah, but that would just be, that would again be the measures, not the final,
Right, just the measures,
okay. Take a measure. to
which
look
means
at
we have to get our
Act together.
ducks in a row, yeah.
Well, pretty much we did all the heavy lifting today though, right?
Well,
We
if
think
there's-
so.
If you count, well, why don't you guys draft this?
We did the heavy lifting. They still have some of this.
Really good for, you're gonna be better factory.
Exactly.
I'm sure it'll be good for you.
Honing your skills.
So
Good.
I'll just say, if the general plan was any indication, we're gonna have some longish meetings during the zoning code update. Hopefully not all of them though, and hopefully we won't even need all of them, but it's likely that we will have the public more interested in that because they understand the zoning code.
So good.
So one of the things that came up in terms of just scheduling, I think the current plan or suggestion anyway of the department is to have a series of study sessions to get the draft together and then to come back for the formal public hearing, which I think might have to be on a regular meeting date. And so the formal noticing from a legal standpoint is due when it's the actual public hearing. But I understand that planning is sort of working and maybe going to consult with Teresa Hitchcock on ways of getting the word out at the study session stage so that the public can be part of the process earlier. But otherwise, we're going to have a public hearing that goes on for months and it'll become unwieldy. And I don't know that we'd be able to use non-regular meeting dates for it. So just any.
Well, what sort of notice do you have to give out for study sessions? Is
So
it,
for study sessions legally, it's really just the agenda.
that you don't have to give?
Right. Yeah, if these are informational items where you would not be voting, you would be polling. And the goal would be to help planning solidify a final draft that would then become the notice, public hearing would be on whether to recommend that that's adopted by the board. And the CEQA work and all of that would be done or at that time, at that time. The and there is definitely, there's a number of provisions that apply to the formal, depending on how many people are affected, et cetera, depending on what additional notice, the board and the CEO might want us to give. You know, that would, the legal requirements for the notice is at the public hearing stage.
Yeah,
That's it.
well, I just, the study sessions are for us to learn, but, you know, the question of whether we give public notice, I mean, if the public could come in for the study sessions, then I'm not sure where you provide for public comment.
Oh, I mean,
open it for-
they can comment
Yeah.
on, the study sessions don't preclude public comment. It's just not conducted like a formal public hearing, and you don't vote on anything.
Yeah.
It's just polling on input for a final draft. So,
And one thing that I also want to bring to your attention is, as part of the zoning code updates, there are some zoning designations that would be eliminated. So, and we don't want that to be a surprise at the, you know, at the public hearing process. Oh, yeah, well, your RM zoning designation is now gone.
Yeah.
And so what happens to my property? So we want to make sure that properties like that and property owners are adequately notified so that you can hear their input into the process.
So are you notifying them of that possible change, Gabriel?
Yes, I would.
It's just like we did with the general plan designations, we actually did notify.
Perfect.
It-
They didn't always understand.
Right, yeah, yeah. So in
Yes,
cases
that
where you're eliminating the zoning designation of the property, I think it's important for them to know so that they're not under any kind of illusions that, oh, by the way, they come to the planning counter one day and somebody tells them your property is no longer zoned
There's
RM.
no such thing as your property.
What happens?
I don't know if the commission wants to agendize a discussion on notice or whether we should just let that happen with the advice of the CEO. In terms of going beyond the legal requirements.
We might talk about it either put it on the agenda for our next meeting or talk about it at the first. Put it on the agenda for the first zoning informational meeting.
Well, what kind of notice we're gonna give?
Yeah, how we're gonna go about all of that, getting that.
So I guess the question, we can't really have a big discussion about right now about anything other than like the legal notice. We're just saying that the suggestion is out there. And I know Gabriel was planning on talking with the CEO. The board had I'm sure some board members have some concerns and desires, and Teresa could potentially just consolidate all of that and come up with a solution.
I'm perfectly happy to let the
Okay.
powers that be come up
Put it
with
on the
whatever notice
agenda
you
whenever
want.
you want.
Okay, good.
So I do have one suggestion though,
Agreed.
if that's okay, Julie, for me to.
Yeah, I mean.
So the building department has a list of like designers and engineers and things. And since those are all people who deal with planning and zoning also, it might be worthwhile to have them send out an email to everybody on that list saying that these hearings will be happening over this period of time. Because we hate it
Makes
when we're
sense.
surprised at the counter.
I know,
Yeah,
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 yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
And on that happy note, and exactly 2:00, should we adjourn?